But that bothers me more because it's going down, so that's something they don't have to do.
You alright?
No, not. Backside, I got enough paint. Actually, I don't. It's all good. No bad.
Okay. January 9th, which again is not enough.
Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, the February 18th, 2016 meeting of the Charter Authorizing Panel is called to order. Welcome, everyone. Please silence all electronic devices. The Charter Authorizing Panel oversees the authorization, renewal, revision, and revocation of charters. Let me introduce our panel to you. Ms. Jennifer Leewood, Mr. Bobby Lester, Mr. Greg Rogers, Dr. Eric Saunders, Ms. Annette Barnes, Ms. Ivy Pfeffer, Ms. Stacy Smith, Dr. Mark Gocher, our Vice Chair, and I'm Deborah Kaufman, your Chair. As Chair, my goal will be to facilitate a fair and responsible hearing. I will request that each person speaking will state your name and title for the record. I will ask that you continue to speak clearly into the microphone for the benefit of the panel, the audience, and the viewing audience that's joining us today via live streaming. This meeting is being recorded and will be posted on the ADE website. Our court reporter will be providing a transcript of this meeting, and it too will be available on the ADE website. With no further ado, let's get right into action item 1. Ms. Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item 1, request for open enrollment public charter school renewal and priority status hearing. SIATECH Little Rock Charter School. The State Board of Education approved the application for SIATECH Little Rock Charter School on November 8, 2010. The charter is approved to serve students in grades 9 through 12 with a maximum enrollment of 275. Representatives from the charter are appearing before the Charter Authorizing Panel to request a 5-year renewal for the charter. Also, the Charter Authorizing Panel has required representatives of the charter to appear for a hearing pursuant Arkansas Code annotated 623-105 to discuss academic performance. Representatives of the charter agreed to combine the two hearings and approve combining the hearing procedures to be followed. Possible actions to be taken by the Charter Authorizing Panel include renewal of the charter based on its renewal application, but due to its priority status, possible actions include modification, probation, revocation, and/or non-renewal of the charter. Now we're going to have Jennifer Davis come to remind everyone of the hearing procedures we'll follow for this item. And then following that, Dr. Dawson, the superintendent and CEO of the charter, will start their presentation.
Hi, good morning. Jennifer Davis, staff attorney for the department. The hearing procedures today are going to vary a little bit, so we'll just go over them as we come to them. For the first one, the hearing procedures are combined. It will start with everybody who needs to be sworn in except for attorneys, anybody that's going to be offering testimony. The department will have 20 minutes to kind of present or make its presentation on anything that it has to offer. The charter will also have 20 minutes following that to make its presentation on both of its issues. We'll have 20 minutes for opposition and then 5 minutes for rebuttal from the charter. And as all the other hearings, anything that is amended either on the floor or that's agreed to here that differs from your written material is going to be included in the record, and it will be, they're going to be held to anything that they say here, and it will be part of the charter.
Ms. Davis,
Any questions? Okay.
I think we're good. All right. If all representatives from SIATECH, Little Rock Charter School, and anyone speaking in opposition, including the department staff that will be speaking today, if you'll please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Ms. Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. SIATECH was first authorized by the State Board of Education to operate in January of 2011 to serve grades 9 through 12. Since it began serving students in the fall of 2012, the school has been approved to relocate twice, once in May of 2013 and again in November of 2013. In May of 2014, the charter was called in for review by the Charter Authorizing Panel to address the findings from a site visit conducted by the Standards Assurance Monitoring Unit. No action was taken after that review. Recently, the school has been classified a priority school. The contract is scheduled to expire in June of 2016. From my visits to the campus, it appears the staff works diligently to ensure student success on a case-by-case basis, both academically and socially. Ms. Gwendolyn Bryant and Ms. Katie Tatum have shared several anecdotes that speak to the work that the staff does to help students graduate and have post-secondary options upon graduation. I'll defer the rest of my time to Dr. Tony.
Hi, I'm Robert Toney. I'm the school improvement specialist that has SIATECH as one of my schools that I've been assigned to. They are a first-year priority school. Their service population is unusual, different from most of the schools that we deal with. They really don't fit our approach to a data analysis, predominantly because of the students they serve. They predominantly serve students who would probably be in the third or fourth year of their high school age. They are a 9 through 12 charter, typically dealing with students that are 16 through 21, with the majority of those kids in the older group there. Therefore, on their official testing results and such, a lot of those kids have already had their test somewhere else, and so they're not reflected. The majority of their kids are not reflected in their testing reports. Their instructional model is by and large a computer-based service delivery. They do have some direct instruction and tutoring when students get bogged down in their computer courses. Due to all of this, the unusualness of this school and their configuration and their niche of students they serve, we are in an adjustment period on how to serve their needs. They, as a first-year priority school, and what we're doing, we're having to try to kind of figure out how we fit into that school improvement model, because they don't fit our usual model for those students. One of the ways that we would expect over the time for them to demonstrate their success would be not just as the number of diplomas that students could come into their school and maybe get 5 credits or 10 credits or whatever and get a diploma, but what's happening after that. And so that idea about, what those students are doing after they leave would be a good way going forward to talk about the success of the school. And they do have programs in place to help to track kids after they graduate. There was a couple of issues last week. We were at a site visit. Dr. Weil, myself, and my SIS team went over, and there was a couple of issues with their accent monitoring. After that meeting, they immediately responded. They've got the emails. They've caught up with that almost immediately. Concluding, as with any first-year priority school, there's going to be an adjustment for that school, kind of learning the ropes, getting familiar with the waiver requirements, and so on and so forth. So as they go through that and address their plan, we will continue to adjust our service delivery for them as they utilize the waiver recommendations and develop their school improvement plan.
Thank you, Dr. Tony.
You're welcome.
Ms. Boyd, if you'll introduce the school.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll have Dr. Dawson, who is the CEO Superintendent of SIATECH.
Thank you.
Good morning, members of the panel. Dr. Kaufman. My name is Linda Dawson. I'm the superintendent and CEO of SIATECH, Inc. We run a network of charter high schools that are operating here in Arkansas, in Florida, and in California. It's my great pleasure to serve in this capacity. It's the most fulfilling job I've ever had. SIATECH Little Rock is one of the 21 dropout recovery schools that are laser focused on student re-engagement and graduation from high school. Our goal is to transform disconnected young people into independent learners who have the skills and academic confidence not only to graduate, but run past the finish line of graduation and earning a diploma into college, the military, and ultimately in family-sustaining careers. Slide. Since 1998, SIATECH schools have been changing lives, as evidenced by over 15,000 graduates, all former dropouts, from traditional schools who didn't fit into the traditional system. Dropout recovery and re-engaging at-promise students is not easy work. We face many challenges given our specific mission and the unique nature of the program we provide. But we are successful and have been successful in the work because it's simply too important to abandon when the going gets tough. You'll hear more specifics about our program and the work that we do from other education professionals here today. Personally, I am concerned about the tragic loss of human capital if we, in K-12 education, allow and continue to allow 30% of our high school students to drop out and simply kick the can down the road for social services and law enforcement to deal with. I'm thrilled that the Arkansas State Legislature last year passed an addendum to Act 1272 to allow the state board to develop relevant academic performance measures that show student growth towards standards. We look forward to their implementation. Once these measures are in place, I'm confident that SIATECH and schools like ours dealing with student recovery and re-engagement will be able to clearly demonstrate both student growth and success that will lead to a brighter future for all of our kids. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Lori Pianca. I'm the Executive Director of Education Services for SIATECH Charter High School. Our presentation today is centered around the Arkansas Quality Charter Schools Standards, and we feel very strongly that Our mission drives our vision of success and enables our program to maintain the legislative intent of the Arkansas Quality Charter School Act. SIATECH feels that our vision of success results in improved learning for all of our students. Students will be lifelong learners and will be contributing members of their community. Our staff will be inspired by an environment of respect, recognition, and professional development to successfully work in our environment and lead our students on to success. And communities will benefit from the success and contributions of our students. We have a specialized program to deal with the needs of our unique population. As Dr. Dawson already shared, we're a dropout recovery program. We're retrieving students from the community that are no longer engaged in educational pursuits. We're preparing students to be contributing members of a 21st century workforce. We deal with a very highly mobile population of economically disadvantaged students. We're an open entry program. Students can enroll any day of the week, all throughout the school year. And our students upon entry are most likely to be below grade level and previously low achieving. Our students come from a background of poverty that brings with it a myriad of challenges as they walk in the door. Our students have higher than average absences, and attendance is always a challenge. Transportation, regular transportation to and from school is something that they just don't have access to. Many of our students come from a background of having been dealing with law enforcement, and some of our students have been incarcerated prior to coming to us. Our students are also challenged as to regular housing. They may not know where they're going to be next week or even the next day. Regular health care is also something that is a major challenge for our students, and as we know from the participation in our school lunch program, healthy meals are not something that they could rely on a daily basis. A significant number of our students have symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder. Many of our students come to us with symptoms of depression, and many of our students also have the challenges of being a young parent and trying to find regular, reliable childcare. But we feel that our keys to success support our goals and support moving our students toward graduation. We rely on an individual focus. Every student that comes in the door will have an individual learning plan developed that focuses on their needs. Our program is competency-based, so when students come in, they work on what they need to do, and when they have completed the standards-based curriculum and showed competency, they move on to the next subject. Probably the most important factor of our program is our caring professional educators that develop caring professional relationships with our students. Our students know that our staff care about them and care about their success. And we have a career technical focus that prepares our students to move on to college and careers or the military immediately upon graduation. The fact that we're an open entry, open enrollment program also allows us to increase learning opportunities. So while it is a challenge that we have students coming in every day of the week, all throughout the year, we also are accessible to our students. If a student decides that they're at a place where they want to re-engage with their educational process, they can enroll. They don't have to wait till the next semester. And again, the increased learning opportunities for students are a key component is the individual learning plan, where the specific needs of a student that is coming in below grade level can be addressed and support can be provided. And we view every student that walks in our door as being on a path towards graduation, on a path towards a successful life-supporting career, and on a path toward the military and entering with a priority status because they are coming from an accredited high school program. And the fact that our students come to us low achieving, with a history of low achieving and below grade level, is something that we embrace, and we provide the support that is needed to bring them up to grade level to access grade level curriculum. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Lori Belsman. I'm one of the curriculum coordinators for SIATECH. One of our greatest strengths, I think, is perhaps our customized curriculum, which is aligned to all state standards and all core content areas, and it's continuously updated and revised as needed.
Ms. Lori, if you'll speak into that microphone, we'd appreciate it.
Is that
Thank
better?
you.
Thank you. In our English curriculum, it's thematic based, so each course has a focus. 9th grade has a global focus, 10th grade has a science focus, 11th grade has a historical focus, and then the focus for 12th grade is college and career readiness. In addition to the themes, we also focus on the 3 text types: narrative, informational, and argumentative. We have an intensive focus on reading and writing, which is reflected, of course, in mastery of the standards. And we also focus on text complexity, which essentially comes down to, it's not so much what the student is reading, but what the student does with the reading. And finally, in addition to our highly qualified staff, our blended learning model, which was touched upon earlier, allows our students to master content, concepts, skills, and standards.
Good morning. My name is Tammy Hawker. I'm also a curriculum coordinator for math and science. And I wanted to speak to you about our math program. We're able to take a student, no matter where they're at, stick with what Arkansas is requiring, get them prepared for college and career. We had a young man that came in yesterday with his mom, been out of school for 3 years. And we have the ability to take that and get that student to where he wants to be. So on his resume, if he goes through our program, he'll also have some technology skills he can list. This is an example of one of our AutoCAD lessons that is embedded in our geometry program that all students do using polar coordinates. We also have access to additional resources through NROC, which is founded by the Gates Foundation and supported with Khan Academy, that has resources for that young man that can take him from foundational math up through college readiness. So this is an example of one dealing with exponential and logarithmic functions. So our PD program takes our teachers and gives them the skills that they need that supports the population on our campus. So it is geared towards what those teachers need as well as what the students need in our classrooms. So we are research-based. We use the different resources that you see up there in addition to quite a few more. So the staff that come to us, to give you an example, we had a new math teacher that joined us recently this year. She spent a full week with veteran staff that we have that deal with our population of students that have shown success. Our learning support team was working with her in addition to the other teachers. We had a follow-up session for 2 days that worked with her on data-driven discussions specific to the transitions going on here in Arkansas with the ACT Achieve requirements. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Wendy Lynn Bryant, and I am the Special Education and LEA Director for SIATECH. And I am speaking on some of the transitional opportunities for our students. And those include things such as we have a partnership with Goodwill that we work with, and they do resume building and transitional classes with our students. We also have resume and employment workshops for our students. We work with them on individual reports such as FAFSAs, financial aid reporting, entrance into college, and things such as that. We have military conferences that we'll schedule with any branch of the military that a student is interested in, and then we'll get that going for them so that they can be able to know what is expected of them, as well as ASVAB preparation. We also have community partnerships with UALR School of Audiology. They come in and do various speech and language-based tutoring and screening for our students. In addition to that, we have partnership with Lions World that comes in and do a hearing with our students as well as Kid Source Therapy that will handle our physical PT, speech, any kind of therapy that a student may need. Our SIATECH tries to extend to these goals here. These goals are selected by helping a student to encourage and increase their skills so that they will be able to move forward into the workplace. And so these goals are selected to help a student who may not have been previously successful, and it's used to help increase their reading and writing skills to be more employable in the workplace. And then the enrollment into students who participated, we have participated in the Gallup poll for the last 4 years, and this helps with the well-being and the measures of non-cognitive efforts for students. It's a way to gauge student success in ways other than just their academic. It's making sure that they are employed and making sure that they are remaining employed, and that we have done what we needed to do to help them be where they needed to be as productive members of society.
Good morning. I'm Chris Mallory, the Chief Instructional Officer for SIATECH. I'm going to speak very quickly. These graphs that you have in front of you now demonstrate 4 years of very strong positive growth trends for math and reading. Additionally, this growth is statistically significant for all 4 years of math and 3 years of reading. This is aligned with our externally assessed value-added analysis of individual student scores for accelerating student learning. Ms. Bryant went over the Gallup poll, so I will skip those next few slides. If you go on to, these are our Gallup poll results, which you can see, and we really pay a lot of attention to hope, because many of our students come into us without hope, and we build that so they can see their future. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Katie Hatley Tatum, Superintendent/Principal of SIATECH. Stories of success, innovation despite the challenges. We only have 4 minutes left, and I know you guys are stickler for time, so I'm just going to let you know that we work with Job Corps. We have an awesome board of directors who work with us to make sure that they support the mission, vision, and values of SIATECH. And we work with local school districts and also some charters who send children to us who not necessarily struggling academically, but it's just overwhelmed by the larger school setting. We work with the local juvenile system. Once a month, I'm at the juvenile jail to make a presentation about the school to students and staff. Sometimes I'm called in front of the juvenile courts to speak on behalf of a student. Like Ms. Bryant said, military recruiters of all branches of the military. We also formed a new partnership this year with Youth Bill, Workforce Ed, that was new to me, and Ms. Melissa Mitchell is here, and I'm really excited about that. But one thing I want to let the board know is that we work with a daycare in Guyer Springs who received a federal grant for our students who have children. Their children can go there for free. We have mothers with 3 kids. I mean, it's very sad. And I applaud them for reaching out to us. They wanted a tour to school, wanted to know, I don't know why people say, are you a real school? But I tell them to go to the Department of Ed website. We get that a lot. And I'm excited about that. So our alumni, and this is just from last year, 35 students are employed. 16 are with the colleges, and 11 students are in the military. And of the 3 students, 2 were with LRPD, 1 was at Conway PD. They're on their last phase of interviews. So we're really excited for them. And in closing, I'd just like to leave the panel with a video that speaks about our program.
for the ones where everybody say they not gonna be done in life, or the ones that's getting kicked out from each and every school, the ones who who just hit 18 and said, well, this school they only gave me 2 credits, so I might as well not even go back now. I got a whole 19, 20 to go. This school, they can come over here and tell you, hey, if you get on your stuff, you can have your credits by the end of the year. You know, you just focus on your work, get up and come here every morning, you'll be done.
This young man got into some trouble in school, not really trouble. He decided he was going to drop out. And so then he decided he had made a mistake. And so he was out of school. He quit in November. And then I think he started back here in the summer, and he decided he wanted to go into the service. He cannot go into service without a diploma. He can't go in with a GED.
Because I really wasn't, even really focused on school after I lost my mom. My mom passed away when I was 17, and I wasn't even really too worried about too much, nothing more. And then my auntie signed me up to get back in school and get my diploma and everything. Came to Job Corps, got into the SIATECH program. And they've been real helpful, like they didn't let me give up, even when on times I was wanting to give up, SIATECH, the staff act like they cared, helped me get my diploma and everything.
He left a big crowd, came to a smaller facility, and started doing tremendously better here than he did there. And I'm thinking he's at this big, nice, fancy school, more teachers, more people that can help him. And it's like the more he had, the less he was getting. The less is here, the more he receiving here.
But here they set goals, like Mr. Lloyd, he has goals on the wall over here. I just finished one of my goals on the wall. But he set goals. And once you set that goal, whenever you put the goal on the wall, he's going to be standing right there next to you the whole time, making sure that you get the goal out. It's like, what do you say? Like glue stuck onto you, or glitter. It's hard to rub off that glitter. Like just somebody just sitting right there on you, who's going to make sure that you get that done. So.
And when Ian got to about the 9th grade, I was hiring tutors, doing everything I could to help him. And the last school we were in told me about this school, and it was a godsend for us because my son was extremely frustrated. He's very bright, he's very intelligent, but he was extremely frustrated, and so was I. So this environment here has been awesome for him because he could work at his own pace. He got more one-on-one assistance, and the teachers here made a huge difference in getting him where he needed to be.
The kids say it best, don't they, along with their parents. I'd just like to close by saying that we have support from a tremendous team of professionals. Katie Tatum and her team at SIATECH Little Rock are doing a fabulous job in building a program that is truly helping kids. The other thing I'd like to say is we have some support from state senators. I received yesterday 2 letters, one from John Boozman and one from Tom Cotton, supporting SIATECH. I'd be happy to share this with anybody that's interested, supporting SIATECH and what we do for kids that are in the greatest need. So I thank you for your attention today, and if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dawson. Is there anyone here to speak in opposition? Hearing none, there are 5 additional minutes, Dr. Dawson.
CEO says get up, you get up. No, but really, we're so unique. This is probably the hardest job I've had my whole entire life. But on the flip side, probably the most rewarding. the things we do for our students. We have so much flexibility there. We have students coming from North Little Rock who ride the city bus, so we know they won't get there before 9 o'clock. So we move breakfast to 9:15 because they're hungry. We just let the other students who are there on time, who arrived at 8, work until it's time for breakfast. Every student and parent who enrolls in SIATECH receives my business card, and my business mobile is on there. So we know if a student is out for whatever reason. It was so funny. I picked up my charter notebook, that I picked up my incarcerated notebook when I went to pull it out this morning. But it's just that seriousness of how we track our students. They've asked Ms. Braun and myself to come to the jail to visit, and I said my parents said they won't come visit me in jail, so I'm not coming to visit you. But when you get out, we can hook back up and start back working. I asked some parents to come. I'm thinking they're lost because 2 of the parents who were on the video said they wanted to come and address the panel. But it's that school and what we provide, and it's just the people who are interested in it is beyond. I'm just blown away every day, every day. We've had students come to our school whose ACT scores range from 30 to 13. There's just a wide array, and we're just trying to meet the need. And what we're seeing in larger students who are coming, they just can't handle the population. Some students are just immature, especially boys, sorry guys, but they're 2 to 3 years behind girls' maturation level. And they just can't handle it. And when they're there, we have one hallway. All of our classrooms are on one hallway. You can't get lost. The bathrooms are right there by my office, strategically put. So you got about 2 minutes to go in there and handle your business. I'm knocking on the door. So, but they're going to see somebody's face everywhere at every time. But I just applaud my staff's efforts. I have my social studies teacher here, Mr. Lloyd. He taught in a school in Texas. He's from Springdale or somewhere up there in Northwest Arkansas. So when he came and interviewed, I said, Mr. Lloyd, do you know most of our students look like me? And he said, well, my parents made me go teach in Texas at a tough school that was gang-related with blacks and Mexicans. And I said, oh, you'll fit in fine. But I'm happy to let the panel know that we've had 4 fights in 5 years. So, some school districts, they fight, I think, once a week. But I just think that love and support we provide them, and we let them know we want the best for them, and they respect our campus. Now, they may check out and fight, but they won't do anything crazy there at school. And we handle a tough population. We had some people from the department visit, and there were 3 young men up front on the ankle monitor charging station. So, they just looked at us, and I just thought, oh, they're going to try their ankle monitors are low. So I don't know what other school districts in the state have that type of access for students. Sometimes some of the girls are a little leery who come from some of the charter schools. And I said, we all have a chapter in our lives that we don't want anybody to read. So we just have to give these kids opportunity, and I'm thankful that I have the opportunity to be the leader of that school.
Thank you. All right. Panel. Who would like to start with the questions? Ms. Smith?
You referred to Act 1272 at the beginning, and I would really just like to give you the opportunity to tell me what would you like to see change that would mark your school to be a success, because right now, your status is marked as distressed. So what specifically would you want to be, criteria would you like applied?
Great question. We do a lot of work with advocacy nationally for alternative accountability, not to get an easy way out, but to have accountability that's meaningful and relevant. We'd like to see a multiple measure system. It's a little more cumbersome, but it's definitely more definitive of what students can do. Dr. Tony mentioned that data analysis is different. It most definitely is. When you're looking at non-cognitive skills, they're much more difficult to measure. But we know there's a transformation. We see that in the graduates that we've had. How do we put our minds around that? One way is to look at what we already do, which is our value-added individual student growth model. Over time, we can show trends towards standards. And for some of our kids that come in with second grade reading ability, trends towards standards are what we're looking for. We can get them to where they're functional and ready to be part of society. And they have to, of course, help themselves to that. The other I'd like to see is some more non-cognitive measures. The Gallup poll was mentioned. The Gallup poll measures hope engagement, and entrepreneurial aptitude. And we find that in the last 5 years of doing this across the nation, our students consistently either are equal to or greater than traditional schools, as well as schools like ours, in both hope and engagement. And this is something that is really important. The Gallup poll, you may know, has a statistical significance for success in college that is as good or better than the ACT or SAT. So we are confident that our students, as they leave us with the skills that they get, will be successful in life. In terms of the accountability system, again, it doesn't need to be watered down by any means. It needs to be rigorous. It needs to be to the point, but it needs to measure not just a point-in-time test, but also it needs to measure what students how they've changed, how their brains have changed over the time that they've been engaged with us in this type of work. The other thing that I've been really pushing in our organization nationwide is that we need to run past that finish line. I think I mentioned that. We need to look at what kids do after they leave us. I think Dr. Tony mentioned that as well, right on point. We need to find out what they do. How many are in the military? How many are in college? Are they in family-sustaining jobs or working toward that? That's what's important. So we feel that with our alumni association, that we have a database now that we'll be able to have entered. We'll be able to get a much broader picture of what our students not only have done to earn their diploma, but what they are doing after they leave us.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Pfeffer.
Yes, good morning, and maybe Dr. Tatum, maybe you might be the best one to answer my question. Ms. Tatum. Okay. And I want to say to all of you, thank you for your presentation, and I want to preface my questions with I'm very pleased with the approach you're taking, and as a former high school principal, I have a passion to see those students succeed, and so I really applaud the efforts for them to have those opportunities and all of the different things that you're providing. So my question is, based on all the services you have and the ability for you to have for the students to have individualized, personalized learning opportunities to start wherever they are and to move them forward, with the goal being successfully graduating high school. Two pieces of data that I look at, looking at the attendance rate, and over the last, and I'm just going from the school performance report, which goes through the 13-14 school year. That's actually, the attendance rate has dropped some, from 89% down to 78% during that school year. And then the graduation rate, while it's increased some, it's still, below 20%. So those two things there, with all the supports that are in place, how do you see going forward that those efforts that you're making, can we improve that? Because it's still, it seems that for all those efforts that there's still a lot of students that are still falling through the cracks, or is there some data that they're leaving you and going somewhere else? So can you talk about that?
Dr. Piper. Yes, ma'am. So with attendance, we enroll new students every day. Students get notices on their 6th absence and on their 9th absence. Of course, they're dropped on their 10th. But with the new enrollment of students, if they have a family issue, or if it's a fight, or they're locked up, when they get out, they come back. So here recently, I would say within the last couple of semesters, we've had a lot of students violating their probation. So they go back to DYS, but as soon as they get out, they come back. So our attendance with the larger population, the younger kids are there almost every day, but the younger mothers are not, if they don't have anyone to keep their kids, and if they won't let them go to the daycare, they're out of space. But our attendance will always fluctuate. That graduation question, I'm always posed with that, because we know that When students are out of the cohort, those 18, 19-year-old, 20, 21-year-old students are not calculated in our graduation rate. So that's what makes it look, and that's who are really graduating. We strongly encourage young students, if they are able to stay with their traditional schools, stay with your traditional schools. We've had students who were behind, a couple of athletes from Central. They came to us last semester in the spring. They went back to Central on target. So, but our attendance, it just fluctuates with the older crowd.
Okay, so on the graduation rate question then, so that 17% may not necessarily be reflective, is that?
No, ma'am. Because on that ESA report, and that's one thing Dr. Tony, bless his heart, he said, you've only graduated so many kids. And I said, no, sir, but we have. We've graduated this many. And so he said, well, what about your cohort? And I said, how do we have a cohort when they're 16? So on that ESA report, you see that. So and he would just scratch his head. He said, I said, I think it's coding. I'm not really sure. We're an anomaly in the state. And so I just feel like we're the guinea pig, but we're setting the standard so someone else come in and you guys will kind of know with the same questions. And of course, we moved off the Job Corps campus and moved to a community school. So that's one of the things that affected our attendance.
Okay, and again, there is, I guess with the attendance though, in understanding, I understand all of those different dynamics going on. Attending school is a pretty big factor in ensuring that you successfully make it through and graduate. Mm-hmm. So in looking at your plan, I noticed that there's some places where you talk about, the need for attendance and plans to address that with students. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Plans to address attendance. Mm-hmm. So we put in place Student of the Month rewards and try to encourage attendance. But I want to say at least 60% of our students work. So they may come, they may work till 11 o'clock, but they'll get there about 8:30 or 9. But about 1 o'clock, they're leaving to go catch the bus to get ready for their 3 o'clock job. So very few students, probably 40, stay all day with us, and they're the younger students, the minors. But moving forward, we instituted a Student of the Month. And so some of the older kids are like, well, I don't have to work that day, so I'm going to stay all day because they want to get that reward card. Just some incentives. We're trying to build some incentives for them to kind of improve attendance. We're always talking about attendance. And when we meet with parents, they'll say, that's the only thing my child has done. So I'll have the registrar print an attendance report. And I said, you'll see it's not going to make much progress with the sporadic attendance. So we're trying to address that. Ms. Bryan, you want to add anything?
Sorry, I'm a little shorter. Gwendolyn Bryant. We've also have implemented some non-traditional ways to try to enhance student attendance. We found out where they work, mostly because we help them get their jobs. So once we get their jobs, we found out where they work. We have contact with the managers to make sure that it doesn't interfere with their everyday, schooling. And then we go to their jobs. We say, hey, we're hoping to see you tomorrow. We'll go to the daycare. We really try some non-traditional measures to try to make sure that we build that rapport, and when they feel safe and they feel like that there is a place that there is for them, then they will come back to us. So if we need to go to their job, if we need to go to their, if we need to go to their neighborhood on the weekends, I walk around John Barrow area. I go over here to deep part of Southwest, and I drive around and I walk around and I find my students and those that I see just walking around with their pants sagging. I tell them about SIATECH, see what they want to do, and see if they get, a little more interested in wanting to come back to a place that will meet them where they are and help increase their skills. So we're trying to try some non-traditional measures to increase that population. In addition to that, we're also working with the Little Rock City bus transportation system to get some of their rules adjusted for our students that are over 18 so that we can afford to provide more bus passes for students to come to the school. So we're trying to work with certain community-based efforts to try to see what they're doing in ways that we can partner to help increase that attendance.
Okay.
I would just like to add that our plans for the future include a variety of actions that we're going to take to improve student engagement and also to allow them opportunities to see themselves on a career and college pathway. In California, we recently received a $6 million career pathway grant to build partnerships with community college industry partners, and where we are focusing on providing well thought out, articulated pathways from high school to community college partners to 4-year placements with internships and work study and job shadowing along the way that provide our similar population of disadvantaged students that need to be able to support themselves in many cases with opportunities to have paid internships while they are in high school and to be earning college credits while they are in high school. And our plans for the future for Little Rock is to target growth industry sectors in Central Arkansas and throughout the state that our students can be exposed to, picture themselves working in those fields, those middle pay jobs that are entry level for students, but often require some post-secondary training with either a career tech partner or a community college or city college partner that allows them to move into a living wage job. And if they are able to be employed in a thought out and appropriate internship that allows them to have training that supports their goals while they're still in high school, they could stay in high school and attend every day and earn elective credits while they're doing these internships, and then also benefiting their community by our program providing a trained workforce that addresses the priority industry sectors for Central Arkansas.
So, Ms. Bianca, is that a grant? So that is a grant that you've received to get that started for the future?
We have a grant in California, and the curriculum that we are developing either in-house or are purchasing is shared throughout our network of schools. It's not just for California. And the expertise that we are gaining as we're getting this program up and running in California, we are moving it forward and sharing with all of our sites. And and that will just build upon the excellent work that our team is already doing to find opportunities for our students to work and remain in school. But instead, we'll build upon that and provide them with access to high-skill, high-wage jobs and to really make a difference in their community. And it's a life-changing opportunity for them and their families.
Other questions or comments? Mr. Rogers.
Okay, you were talking about the outreach earlier. I guess my question is, what happens if you don't get more students and get them coming to the school more often? Because just looking at the budget for the past 2 years, your expenses have been outpacing your revenues pretty good. You've had a drop in your fund balance from FY13 that was $400,000 to where it's projected to only be $20,000 at the end of this year. So while I agree that what you're doing is a good thing, I have to look at it from the fiscal aspect and remain solvent. And right now, I just don't see it. So I'm asking you to help me see it.
Yes. Chris Bell with Complete Consulting. We provide financial support for financial services for SIATECH Little Rock. Great question. Absolutely great question. And it would be the exact same question I would ask if I was looking at the school from the outside. The major contributing factor from the reduction in the fund balance from the 400,000+ to the 20,000 that's projected is primarily the move from being housed on the Job Corps campus to moving to a community-based campus so that we could continue to ensure that we could service all students and not just those that were on the Job Corps campus. Being on the Job Corps campus allowed us to take advantage of several in-kind services that are not available off the site. But the primary difference there is that many of our student population then was derived from the Job Corps campus. Moving to the community, moving to the new facility we really had to start over in reestablishing that enrollment. While Job Corps continues to partner with us and they continue to send students, it is nowhere near the number that we were seeing in those early years when we were actually housed on their campus. So with that, what you see in the decline in enrollment, was very, while we didn't fully see when we made the decision to move off, that the enrollment would be as low as it would be. Again, we anticipated many of the students that were already with us would continue to flow from that Job Corps campus. What you see is us utilizing that fund balance to build the school, to renovate a new facility, to make the accommodations necessary to be able to serve that community-based population. But as you can see, with the decline in the fund balance, you're starting to see that our attendance, or not our attendance, but our average daily membership continuing to increase each year. And going from a school of 60 students, which is nearly impossible to maintain, nearly impossible to run a school off of 60 students, to now 166 students, that is starting to give us the base to be able to rebuild that fund balance. And so as we continue to recruit, we continue to develop these additional partnerships. The community continues to learn more about our school. There's been so many occasions where people coming in the door saying, "I never knew you were here." So those continued enrollment efforts are what we needed to be able to recover from that fund balance. So again, while I agree with you, that is a great question, and the very same question that I would ask if I was looking from the outside. Being privileged to sit on the inside and see the increase in the enrollment and see the internal plans. With all of my experience, I know that this school will be able to stand on its own 2 feet as we move forward. And in the event that there is some hiccup, we do have the support, the full support of SIATECH Inc. that is willing to and has, when necessary, stepped in and supported the school financially to ensure that we're able to continue to service our students.
One other unique thing that made, this is for the previous question, we have graduations twice a year, usually in May and December. So this past December, I think we had like 40-something graduates. But since January the 5th, if I'm quoting this right, I think we've enrolled 60 new students. So, so we're back up now to about 166, like Chris said. So they enroll every single day. And one thing about the funding piece that I've asked Chris Bell, he calls me a nerd. I said, I know, explain to me the funding, per student funding. If that set amount of dollars is with that student and follows that student, how does that help us or work for us when they're with us only for a short period of time, especially if they're seniors needing 2 credits? So they're there for 3 weeks or a month, and then they're gone. So I told him that I think the funding matrix needs to be revisited, which I think he agreed with me. Because he couldn't answer my questions either, so.
That's outside of us, so
Yeah.
we can.
Okay, I understand your attendance is going up, but when I look at the ADM, which goes back, and I'm understanding your problem that your students are in and out, but and I see the problem there, but just because your attendance is going up, I'm not saying that the ADM is going up, which is causing the problem in the revenues that are going into the decline in the fund balance. Because I see that for your PD funding, you were already fully funded, but the expenses have already outpaced it by $4,000. And then under NSL, you're negative right now, although you will get some more, but it may be enough to cover what you spent right now, but might not. So I guess I'm still back to, while I understand the problems that you have, how much is the fund balance going to be needed next year? And then if SIATECH, your parent company, will step in, when would that happen? Because if the students are there and then y'all don't have the money to operate the next week, then what happens to them? And so I guess that's my ultimate concern.
Yeah, and let me address those two concerns specifically. So you say that we're overspent by $4,000 in professional development funds. That was a planned overspend. We will transfer NSLA funds into our professional development funds to balance that out. And our NSLA funds, yes, we're outpacing those, but that's because of our professional development spend. We received just over $45,000 in NSLA. We use that to pay for our ITA specialists, who, with salary and benefits, makes just under $41,000. So the plan is still there. It's just the timing of the receipt of the cash and the disbursement of the cash throughout the course of the year that creates a negative balance at a point in time. But again, we're closely monitoring the expenditures and those receipts of this school. We have a very robust team, as you all know. We have a team of 15 individuals just in our office. We work very closely with the schools. We work very closely with the corporate office. It is absolutely unique in having such a team of experts who are working alongside with you and your staff as well to ensure that the school is moving along a path that allows it to stay financially solvent. I would not stand here, given my position, and say that this school will remain solvent as its ADM continues to increase. Looking at just from the documents here that were part of the renewal packet, 2 years ago we had 79 students. Last year, 132 students. And it says here 156, but we're up now to 166 students. You're seeing the positive trend in the enrollment, in the ADM. And again, that's what our funding is based on. And so we know that it's going to continue to recover. Obviously, having 79 students in the facility, knowing that you're growing, knowing that kids are coming, you can't make the same you can't make the same expenditure reductions that you would do if you knew that you were going to stay at 79. We have to continue to move forward and continue to plan for and make accommodations for those students that are coming. And so that plan is a very meticulous plan, and we are monitoring that plan at multiple levels on a daily basis, actually, because we're monitoring each transaction and understanding how it fits into the overall plan. So I stand with confidence in saying that this school will remain financially solvent.
I have a follow-up on that. If you addressing the drop in the legal balance, approximately, was it about $375,000 drop over the 2-year period? Was that correct? I'm sorry.
From FY13,
Yes.
it was 400,000 down to the projected to 20 at the end of this year.
I want to ask it a little different way, but the same topic. In how much of that drop was the result of one-time expenditures, would you say?
So and I'm going to do my best in estimating this, but it would have been roughly $300,000 is what we spent in the move off of the facility, obtaining that facility, renovating that facility, and bringing it to a point to where we can serve students.
Okay.
Mr. Lester?
Coming from the federal programs office, I wanted to ask you a couple of questions. You are eligible. Your free and reduced rate is 57.24%, and 40% could put you at school-wide, but we have you not as participating in Title I. Has that ever been discussed, or?
Yes. So, and actually, this year our free and reduced rate is just over 82%, and we believe that that's going to continue to increase. So, your point is even more prevalent. But we've, as part of a when we were on the Job Corps campus. I don't know if I should speak to this directly, but when we were on the Job Corps campus, we were under the impression that because Job Corps was federally funded,
that it would be almost, no? Okay.
Sorry. We've looked at special ed, and, excuse me, we've looked at federal funding under Title I for 17 years. Unfortunately, because of the age of our students and because of frankly, the paperwork, and that would need another person that we'd have to hire with our existing money to get that money, and the money that we would get would go largely for paying for that person. And so we've chosen not to participate in the Title I program over the years. We'll continue to look at it, and we look at it every year to see if there's some change that would make us eligible, where we could put more resources, not into hiring people to do paperwork, but people to work with our students and bring them along. And that's the reason behind that, and that's been a system-wide course that we've adopted over the years. But again, we look at it every year to see if there's some change that would benefit us.
What could you offer to offset that, though, for these Title I children economically?
I'm sorry?
What could you offer to offset that?
Well, we offer a smaller learning community with more teacher input. We offer a high-tech program. We offer the supports that they need, not just while they're in school, but outside of school in terms of job shadowing, job placement, those types of things, and helping steer them towards services that they would need if they're students of poverty, or if they're in need of some other type of services, either mental health or something. So we do the functions. We believe we do the functions that we would be paying for with the Title I funds, but it's been too onerous for us to go down that road when we were paying people to do paperwork with the money that we would receive, because we are such a small school.
Dr. Saunders.
First of all, I want to commend you for taking on a great challenge. All of your students, former dropouts, the high free and reduced rate, you're taking on a very challenging population. I understand that and I respect that. And, on that same regard, looking at the performance in regards to graduation rate and performance on other assessments, I don't know if it's the level it needs to be. I don't know exactly what that level is. I know you have a very challenging population, and so I take that into extreme consideration. I do note that one word of encouragement that I saw was reflected in your teacher retention rates, from the 50% down to 17% currently, 20% last year. So I think that's key to have the continuity in the teaching staff within the school. I did have some questions regarding the waivers, just as a cleanup. This first one may involve legal. In the very first waiver regarding the school board and the response in reference to 613, 619, and it was to allow the participation for board members from distance, correct? And is that currently allowed with the new legislation?
Well, they don't have to, follow the same school board rules anyway. So like I said, we read this as this was cleanup of things that didn't get asked before. Like sometimes early they'll request certain waivers, but these don't apply to the school boards. These don't apply to charter schools anyways.
Okay, so they already have a waiver from this?
Right, is this one about attending in person?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, they can waive that. I think they have to do like so many meetings in person, but they can, they have to say like 3 in person and 3 without, so they can do that.
So, okay, so you're asking for a waiver from the new legislation, correct? Am I understanding that correctly? Yes. Okay, all righty. The next one that I had questions on regarded the waivers to be rescinded, the Arkansas history, and the teacher licensure. And I think we just need clarification on that, correct? And do you want to?
Yeah, they had put in there that they wanted them to rescind, but then they said they didn't want to rescind them, so we just need them to clarify, do they want to keep them or not? It's a waiver of the teacher licensure for history and the Arkansas history requirement.
It was my understanding that Arkansas history was no longer a requirement. So, Tripp, could you speak to that? I wasn't sure.
Tripp Walter, staff attorney, Arkansas Public School Resource Center, and I might look for direction from Ms. Mallory on this, but it's my understanding that there was a request from SIATECH to rescind those waivers because they were providing Arkansas history. Okay. I'm sorry. Apparently, if those waivers may have been mistakenly put in to be rescinded.
Okay, so they want to keep those waivers.
Yes, sir. If they can, yes.
That's all I had.
Any other questions, comments?
I got 2 more questions for finance, under the finance part of it. Okay, on the first one, you said that most of the drop in fund balance from one-time expenses from your relocation.
That it's all attributed to the move to the new campus.
All of it is one time. I guess that's what I'm that's what I'm wanting you to say, or tell me that it wasn't, because I think when Dr. Saunders asked you, you indicated
No, it's not
that-
going to. It's so. I want to make sure I'm being clear here. Forgive me if I'm.
That's what I'm
making a
trying to
statement
get
that's
clear too.
confusing.
So.
But when we made the determination to move off the campus, so there are expenses that we had to incur in the first year in the initial move, but we were able to secure a building that was large enough to accommodate our projected growth, but we did not renovate the entire building. We've been renovating in phases as the population has been growing. So when I say the roughly 300,000, it's the completion of those phases to date.
Okay, so there are going to be some one-time reoccurring expenses as you continue to renovate the building you're in right now.
Correct.
Okay. And then my other question was, you mentioned assistance from the corporate office. If there was a financial situation, my question, I guess, is 2 questions in there. One, is it, what kind of assistance is it? And then, is there a cap on it?
Yes, so I don't want to commit to anything that's
Our corporate office is committed to supporting our schools. We've had to do this. There have been a lot of things that happened. Everybody knows about the recession, obviously. The Job Corps changed its model. Their recruitment of students that needed a diploma went down. So we've had a ripple effect throughout our organization. We've been able to support our schools. We don't do it by simply giving money, but there are promissory notes to pay overtime as our enrollment rebuilds. When we have left Job Corps centers, and we have programs that are on Job Corps centers and are off, depending on what the rules of the state are and how they're developing their programs. But as we move forward, where we have monetary needs of our sites, we've been able to provide these loans. It's almost, in some places in California, we've actually had we've sold some of our receivables, basically, and so the cap would only be for hundreds of thousands of dollars, but that won't happen, we don't believe, because we are monitoring the budget on a very, as Chris said, almost day-by-day basis. So we believe that we'll be able to, in a position to help our schools. We have been over the last 5 or 6 years. As they phased in, as they built their enrollment, we've been able to back off, recover what we've loaned, and then put that money into other projects. So that's been our plan. It's worked so far. As far as the cap is concerned, we don't have a hard cap, but we'll look at every request and every need that the sites have. Our goal is to keep our sites open so we can serve students and not give them one more disappointment in their lives. So we will do everything that we can to make sure that we're able to do that here in Little Rock.
If there was a situation where the campus had physical trouble, y'all would ensure that they would at least remain open to the end of that school year.
That's the plan, absolutely. And as I say, because we monitor the budget with Mr. Bell and with Ms. Tatum, we're able to make adjustments as we go along, so there's not a huge surprise and go, oh, we need X amount of money. We've made either adjustments or reductions as we've gone along. But if there's a case where we have an unexpected expense and we can come in with a loan to the school to be repaid at some point in the future when the enrollment continues to build, we'll certainly do that, and we commit to that. We've committed to that at all of our sites, and we'll do that here in Little Rock.
Ms. Leewood?
I just need someone to tell me one more time what you're doing to recruit new students, letting people know that your school is out there, and what you're doing to retain these students. Just one more time for me.
Okay. For recruitment purposes, we use local radio stations. We set up booths in the mall, McCain Mall. We go speak at churches. We go to nonprofit organizations who have job fairs or career expos. We set up tables there. We set up a table at St. Mark. We were invited there. In Southwest Little Rock, our flyers are in some of the eateries, especially Sam's Barbecue, because a lot of people go there. So we went to every beauty shop and barber shop there in Southwest and left flyers. I can't even remember. We're doing it all the time. Oh, yeah, social media. Yeah, and our partnership with DYS. I have to be reminded because that's recruitment and retention is something we do on a daily basis. So, and to retain our students, when they're with us, we've not had many leave. So if they're not there, it's because they're probably incarcerated or moved out of state. But when they come, and if you don't mind, a parent showed up. Can she speak? That was on the video. She had 2 sons at our school. Is that okay?
Yes, I'll accept that.
Thank you, Ms. Cole. Ms. Dixon.
Good morning. If you'll please state your name for the record.
My name is Bartrace Dixon.
You'll need to be sworn in. If you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
You may proceed.
Okay. You have any questions for me? I'm ready. Well, I have 2 sons. My oldest son is Montavious. He's living in Jonesboro now. But when he first went, attitude was nasty. Didn't care about school. Didn't care about basically nothing. He really didn't care about himself. But once I pulled him out of Pulaski County School District, I'm not gonna say the school, and I put him in SIATECH, I seen a big improvement with his attitude. He was more into getting up in the morning, perked up to go to school, rushing me to get him to school on time, worried about his grades, and he was more prompt on his education, wanting to go to college and everything. And he's doing good. He's doing construction, and he's also working a nighttime job, and he's in the process now of doing college courses online. And my youngest son, Malik, he had trouble with his education at the same Pulaski County School District. I'm not going to say the school. And for some reason, he wasn't focused. He was more into wanting to be a dropout, wanting to become a rap artist, not. I refused that. I'm a mother. And I seen my son going down a stream that I worked too hard for, got up every morning to provide a single parent of 3. And I'm looking at myself and I'm like, I did it by myself, raising 3 kids, working full-time, going to school full-time, had a 4.0 grade point average,
And I said, if I can do it as a single parent raising 3 kids, I'm gonna make sure my kids be better than me. And sometimes you have to be hard with your kids, and I'm hard with my kids. I show him tough love, and he got to the point where he just didn't want to do anything at the school, constantly getting in trouble. And I said, you know what? Time to pull you out. He got mad, pissed off, wouldn't talk to me, didn't care, love you still. And I remember I took my son, my oldest son, to SIATECH. I said, you know what? I think I'm gonna transfer him over here. And when I transferred him over there in the 10th grade in January, and he was kind of like fidgeting around, didn't really want to do anything. About last year, when school started, he was considered as a 9th grader. At the end of last year, he was considered as a senior. Now he's a senior and he's graduating this year. And I'm looking at, was it me? I think it had a lot to do with me, but I think it had most of it because they showed compassion, love, support, and they inspire them. You can do whatever you want to do. You just got to be willing to do it. Can't nobody do it for you. If you got to believe in yourself. If you can't believe in yourself, then can't nobody show you that but yourself. And I guess he was looking at, God, they showing me love. They taking time out with me. If I need help on this, they don't criticize me. They don't push me to the side. I mean, whatever he needed, they was there. And I'm looking at him going from wanting to be a dropout to a rap artist. And I seen my child going down the stream where I can see my son laying in a casket. And I'm looking at my son being put in the ground. And I'm saying, I don't want to see my son like that. I don't want to be throwing dirt on my son's face. I want to see my son walking across land, speaking and encouraging other kids. You can do better with your life if you choose to. It's the path that you go down. If you got positive people in your life, you're going to do positive. Now my son, he's talking about going into service when he graduates. He's talking about opening up his own business. And he's talking about having his own clothing line. He's talking about he making sure that mama taking care of, well, mama ain't got to work no more. Yeah, because these people, they getting kind of old now. But he's doing good. He went from making D's and F's to A's and B's. And I mean, he's encouraging other kids that's around the neighborhood that dropped out. He encouraging them to come to SIATECH. I mean, you need to come to SIATECH. I mean, ain't nothing on these streets. I see something positive in him where he's speaking positive now instead of thinking negative. And he's like, Mom, I love my life. I mean, if it weren't for you putting me over there, I don't know where my life would be. I'm going to be honest with you. If you would have never put me over there, you would have found me dead in my room because he was planning on blowing his brains out. And sorry. This school. Not only did it help my son, but it encouraged my son to love himself to the point where he didn't have to take his life. Instead of him wanting to commit suicide, he wanted to be something in life now. And we both got on our knees and prayed and asked God for forgiveness. Now, he's very active in church. He's working with kids in the church. He get up and speak, and he give his testimony, and he tell them, whatever you're going through, I know your parents hard on you, I know you don't like them at times, but sometimes your parents show you love that you don't understand until you go through something. And now that I see what my mom was telling me, I love my mom every day, that if it weren't for my mom saving my life, I know I'd be in the grave because I was planning on taking my life. And now his attitude is just positive. He's loving, caring. He loved Miss Tatum. He loved Miss Taylor. He loved everybody at the school. And my stepson, I'm not going to say his name, he dropped out. And now he came crying to me, begging to plead me, I want to go back. I want to go back. And he's planning on going back to school Monday.
But what I'm saying is this school is not just to be for show, it's more compassion, love, support. They care about the kids' education, and it's more not so much of a school to stay open because they want to be seen. It's a school for kids that have that attitude where they dropping out and don't care about themselves, and they pulling them in and encouraging them that it is somebody out here that love you. It is somebody out here that care. Just give us a chance and we can prove to you what you didn't get there, we can give it to you and much more. And that's why I love SIATECH, and I tell anybody. I mean, they do their own advertising, but I've been doing it for them too. I'm going to pop my collar because I've been doing it because I've been advertising it at my church. I also know friends at the radio station. I have them to say something. I go to the stores and everything. I mean, I just tell them, you got to put your child in SIATECH. Because, I mean, people come to me, they're like, she fell in school and go to SIATECH. They'll help you out. So, I mean, I'm out there spreading the word as well. So, I mean, they doing their part, and as me being a parent, I'm doing my part as well. So,
Thank
I mean,
you so
got
much.
to take parents as well to do it.
Thank you so much. That's a great testimony for power of love and education.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Ms. Barnes?
Good morning, and thank you all for being here. I don't know that I have questions because I think they've been answered. I originally looked at the mission, and I was also looking at grad rate, but I do understand the complexities, or most of the complexities, of having students in our school who may have already fallen behind at the previous school, dropped out, and I guess what I was looking at more than anything had to do with where they go from here. You know, I do believe that the school is meeting the needs of children where they are, and then striving to move them forward. So I applaud the tenacity, the endurance, and I recognize that it's sometimes difficult but rewarding. So I appreciated the responses to looking at the possibilities of Act 1272 and how it can be molded. So, and I jotted down responses because we are looking at all of the things and needs, and we recognize that this particular school, even based on Dr. Tony's remarks, this particular school is not the traditional. It doesn't fit in any one box.
Yes, ma'am.
I am concerned, I think, because I understand about the conversation regarding Title I. I was listening to it, and I do know that federal anything is cumbersome. I spoke with Mr. Lester briefly and stated, you know, we need to get with them and see what we can do to assist you in reducing some of that burden paperwork. But as with anything else, I do also understand that some people do not feel that the amount of funds is equivalent to the oversight, the reviews, and things of that nature. So I just encourage you to have some conversations with our federal program staff, because where there are funds and opportunities, I implore you to take advantage of that. Now, with respect to accountability, we have some things that we have to do. I understand that sometimes perceptions based on designations, labels, can be skewed. And this is one of those cases because this is actually a dropout recovery missioned and focused program. Because of that, does not afford, sometimes if people look at your ESCA status report, they see a lot of EN number less than 10 because the number of non-mobile students who may have been assessed being at the school for that period of time is so small that it can't be reported as such. I did see some growth, and so I understand that you're doing at this point what you can do, and I am trying to decide what we can do.
Yes,
So I think I'm having a little moment of commentary to simply say that we intend to review as often, and I encourage you to work with our school improvement staff to find out where the successes are and then begin to build on those. And, hopefully we will be able to address not only the needs of this alternative environment, or alternatively structured environment. I wanted to ask a couple of questions about your day and evening opportunities. I've read through so many things, so I just need you to talk me through how you address recovery, credit recovery, moving them forward to get them that diploma within your day and outside of the day. I did hear the job coordinated efforts, and I remember some time ago those types of programs that assisted students in getting internship and hours and credit. So can you tell me what you do to meet the needs of those children who have to work but are struggling to get their diploma?
Yes, ma'am. So once a student registers at SIATECH, the first thing they do is go into our testing specialist room. And we do STAR math reading, get a baseline test score. So we use that data to see at what part of the curriculum they would possibly struggle with. Then the registrar develops an ILP, or individualized learning plan, once we get their transcripts from their other schools. So we look at what credits they're missing and go into the assessment piece. If a student is there on test day, legally you have to test them. So with us registering new students every day, that's another thing that hurt us. But we just build a schedule around what credits are needed if they're lacking deficient in a semester of Algebra 1, even though they may be working in English 12. That's what their schedule will look like. So it will look like whatever credits are required to get them up to standards. We have an 8-period day with 1 period A and B lunch, 55-minute schedule.
So you don't do anything in the outside of a regular, let's say, 8 to 5 day?
Yes, ma'am, we do. Now, students have the opportunity to access the curriculum at home if they have internet. Yes, ma'am, but they cannot take tests. Yeah, all the assessments are locked.
Right, okay. All right.
So that gives them the opportunity to work ahead. So I know people are going, how are they able to do this? Well, if they're working at home and completing assignments and checking off and everything is online so teachers can view it, then they'll let them kind of study. And once the students say, well, I'm ready to take this test, they'll unlock it and let them take the test.
Okay. Right, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to comment, piggybacking kind of on what Ms. Barnes said. The main point I want to make today is no one's going to tell your story if you don't tell your story.
Yes, ma'am.
And with this new legislation, you have the opportunity to really tell your story. And listening to you today talk about your graduation rates and how that wasn't a true reflection, this is your opportunity now to tell your story and how many of those kids that you have recovered. They may not have graduated on time with their cohort, but you recovered them and they were able to graduate with this amount of time. Being able to tell your story of how many credits a student has obtained within a year, that's a success story that's not reflected within your application.
Yes,
and so really taking a hold to look at what your school is doing, how you measure your success, and making sure that you're really clear that you're telling that story. Okay? So that's just kind of my suggestion on that, kind of piggybacking off what Ms. Barnes was saying.
And I would like to say that I'm a member of the Alternative Task Force for Accountability for ABE.
Yes, you are.
And I missed yesterday's meeting. My 88-year-old father had back surgery. So, yeah.
Any additional questions or comments? I'll just close by saying I was fortunate to visit SIATECH and had a wonderful tour. Miss Bryant did a fabulous job of showing me around the school and helping me to see the vision. She did a fabulous job. I was wondering if Mr. Lloyd was the glitter teacher mentioned in the...
He is. No, I couldn't bring every teacher because I had to make sure our classrooms were covered. But Mr. Lloyd is new. This is starting his second year. He's very bashful but extremely bright. And the students love him.
In just my limited time there, I can attest that he is glitter because I saw him right beside the students, right, doing exactly what that young man described. I lay witness to that. A couple of other things that I thought was very intriguing, and when I came back, I certainly was singing the praises of my visit there. But when I walked into the school, and Miss Boyd and I arrived early because that's one of the things.
7:30.
Yes, I like to get there early because I like to watch kids come to school.
Oh, yeah.
To me, as a teacher, that tells everything. I used to love to do car rider duty because when you open the car door, you know what kind of day you're going to have right then. So I was very interested to watch the kids come in to see how they interact. Beautiful children with so much potential. What I thought was so interesting is the layout of your classrooms are exactly as I would expect them to be. And they're very non-traditional because you are providing a very non-traditional education. And for anyone who's not visited, it's just such a great environment for doing exactly what your mission statement says you do. So it just all matched perfectly. So I just wanted to shout out to Miss Brown again for a great tour. She's a little pack of dynamite. Any other questions or comments? Miss Davis, are there any remaining issues regarding the request? Then I will accept a motion.
I'll make my first motion. Okay. And this is kind of in reflection of what we've done in the past, or the past day with other schools that were on distress, to make a motion to accept the renewal on a 3-year instead of 5, based on the academic distress, but to accept the renewal.
I'll second the motion, and I think we're looking more at the priority.
Yes.
So I do second a 3-year renewal.
Okay, I've had a motion by Ms. Smith and a second by Ms. Barnes for a 3-year renewal. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, I'm not opposed to the motion, but I think I would like to see. I think I would like to review this possibly annually, not the entire application, but just a progress report, possibly January of every year. A financial overview, and I'm just for our purposes, I think a 1-pager concerning finances, as well as academic progress, performance, and graduation rate, and would like to hear about the strategies going on. And I want to use that not to create another report to fill out. And, you know, we don't need to go through however many pages this one was, 300 or so. But you know, possibly just a condensed version, and for us just to come in and discuss the progress, see if there's ways that we can help, and just help you along in that process. So I think I would like to ask for an amendment to that motion to include that.
I would agree with that.
I have a quick question. I think I understand, and I have no problems with annual review. They will be reviewed anyway, continuously. But I was listening to the performance piece, trying to decide what that may look like, since we're still working on what their successes are going to look like. That was my only question. If that's going to become a part of the motion, I just needed to get it in my head. I think more than anything, I'm mostly concerned with respect to their fiscal management. And as we are fleshing out the rest of what successful looks like, then we can also look at the academic performance measures in that way. So I mean, I assume I'm fine. I'm sorry, you all had to talk that all out in my
We're
head.
feeling the same way with Act 1272 not really in place. What does success standards look like for us?
I kind of agree with Ms. Barnes on that. I'm more in line with the fiscal, not necessarily the academic, because I feel like with the legislation changes and with how that could change the picture of everything.
Totally, yes.
But I'm with the fiscal, but I'm still open to.
I'm looking in, because I read it just a little bit ago and now I can't find it in the packet, but where you had outlined your new performance goals, and going back to the graduation rate, the more I've reflected on that, being able to get a sense of what does that really look like in terms of the students who come and those who complete. You had a chart in there that talked about the number who enter and left without completing the highest grade offered. So in that, are you referring to the 12th grade in graduation? So just to me, I'm with Dr. Saunders. I think the financial report is going to be beneficial, but I would also like an update on, to me, that's a big goal here if we're a dropout recovery. So if we could just have an update annually on where we are in terms of successfully, what are our number of kids and how many of them are successfully completing their PLP when they enter. So between that. So I think I would want to keep those performance updates if we're going to do those annual reviews.
So to sum up what I think I just heard,
Please do.
they're very interested in a yearly fiscal report, and then a conversation about your unique situation and how we can help you better. So it really feels more like a conversation at that point.
Yeah, let me ask this question, and really it may be for Ms. Barnes. Okay, your unit is already working with them, and you have a school improvement specialist assigned to them. And will that school improvement specialist be doing a yearly report, or what do they have in your office going on?
Actually, they will be completing quarterly reports to the state board oversight of what's going on in those schools.
So would it be sufficient for everyone if we included those quarterly reports within the yearly report? So when we bring back, we ask them to submit their fiscal report for the year, that we include those school improvement quarterly reports and the district's responses to those, because obviously they have a response to their reports, right, Ms. Barnes? It's included.
Yes, those reports are always going to be a part of state board when we're doing reporting on our schools that have been designated priority. Like I said, I do know that we're looking at something very differently here, and I have no problems with the request of an annual, but I didn't know if that was an annual presence or just a report in the January meeting. I didn't know exactly what was intended on that part.
I think from what I heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, that what you're saying to Ms. Tatum is that annually you want to check back in with her, because this is a unique situation. And as Dr. Tony said, and as I think have come to light here, there are a lot of issues that need to be resolved to support a unique school like this school. And so some of that falls into accountability, some of it falls into the financial side, some of it falls into our technical support. I thought Dr. Tony really captured it when he said, we've got to do this a little differently with this school. And so I think the checkup is not as much, it's as much for us so that we can publicly come back and let's talk this through and see how do we do a better job of supporting you?
I agree.
As much as, but we need you to come and say openly and honestly, here's what's working for me and here's what's not working for me, so we can all think it through and consider it.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other discussion?
Yes, if there's already a mechanism in place for them reporting, I'm concerned about an unnecessary burden on the campus to report on an annual basis beyond the fiscal piece. So help me folks understand, what will they be doing in addition to their quarterly reports? Okay, I'm just asking then.
I mean, there is a budget review piece too. I mean, I do have their budget and that's why I was able to look at it today. So that if the report just wanted to come before you talk about the burdensome thing, if, that way we could look at it, and if there was something that we wanted to call them in, then I'm assuming that we could at any time.
Absolutely.
That's always.
Ms. Boyd?
May I ask a question, Madam Chair? So is it that when we do these reviews, do you want to see them in person? Is that the part that we're adding, or is it that you just want to see the paperwork?
Personally, I think it would be best for all of us to sit down together and look at it, and I want them to have the ability to be here, and so we can all discuss it and look for proactive measures. So I would encourage their attendance.
Right, so maybe it's something that we can prepare on our side, make sure that they see it before they come to the hearing, and then have them come to the hearing. Does that sound like what you guys?
Yes, I think the intent is not to add any additional burden to Ms. Tatum at all, but to give Ms. Tatum an opportunity to have an open dialogue about unique needs, and are we adjusting to those needs? Are you comfortable with that, Ms. Tatum?
I am, and we don't mind coming back. That's not cumbersome, but I also would like if you guys could visit the campus and sit in the conference room and work through some of these things. So it's just
Maybe we can have our panel meeting there.
Maybe not a panel meeting, unofficial meeting before the panel meeting. I'm good with that. Yes,
Okay, so
ma'am.
I'd like to amend my motion if we're, okay, I'd like to amend my motion for a 3-year renewal with a yearly report completed by the Office of Charter Schools, so Alexandra, and working with SIATECH in completing that report, and then just a yearly visit as a task force. But the renewal is for 3 years.
I think it would be good for us to determine the contents of that report. I think it can all be produced internally on what we want just at a later meeting. I think that would just help everyone along.
But definitely specifically with financial review and the academics piece.
Ms. Barnes, do you second that amended motion?
I almost started singing. I second that emotion. Okay, I second.
Ms. Davis?
Can we get clarification on what the task force is?
Did I say, the ALE task force?
I don't know. You just said kind of like to report back to the task force. Do you mean
I'm in
report back
charter
Okay.
panel. There's too many things I'm on.
No, that's fine. We just wanted to make sure.
Yes, this group.
Are we ready for a vote? All those in favor of this motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? This motion has passed unanimously, and if you'll give us just a moment, we will record our reasons and report those to you.
Yes,
anyone else have problems with that?
No, sir. Okay. Not yet. I say not yet. I mean, I want to make sure she's an employee too. Employee too.
Yeah, I just
Gets
went back
kicked off
to it.
less.
I just went, yeah, I'm on it.
Yeah, if you're on employee one, research and technology.
There are some technical issues going on right now.
He's been busy lately. RJ.
He's never been busy. You can't imagine. You cannot imagine.
No, I'm good. Appreciate it.
See the time?
Ms. Barnes?
I voted in favor of the motion to renew for 3 years with annual review and conversation, because I believe this charter serves to assist students in recovering credits toward high school completion. It is uniquely positioned to forge a path in the way we look at success, and it is challenging but worth it.
Dr. Gotcher?
I too voted for the motion to renew. I'm impressed with the mission and purpose of this institution and support the renewal. I feel they are a model for others to follow when considering and addressing the student success at this unique level. I feel the need to review their financial picture is very important for their continued success.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Laster?
I voted for. SIATECH serves a non-traditional population. I was glad to hear about a focus on where the students are going after they leave high school. I do stress the need to continue to work with the SI School Improvement Unit and the federal programs moving forward.
Ms. Leewood?
I voted for, as the students served by the charter present a unique situation with regard to accurately assessing the success of the charter. And since there are financial concerns, I think the 3-year renewal and financial reports and visit by the panel are warranted.
Ms. Pfeffer?
I voted in favor of the motion. SIATECH offers an opportunity for success for a challenging student population. The program is designed to meet personalized and individual needs, but the motion also allows the continuation of this school and provides an opportunity to monitor the progress and support the school to ensure that students graduate ready for success.
Mr. Rogers?
I voted for the motion along the same lines as everybody else on the panel has. I think that they do serve a unique population, and as long as they can continue to look at their and improve their fiscal situation, they should continue to go.
Dr. Saunders?
Yes, I voted in favor. Looking forward to the annual updates concerning the progress and strategies.
Ms. Smith?
I voted in favor. I said I'm in favor of the renewal based on the target population and the testimony presented today. I want to encourage the charter to continue to seek students to serve and to establish goals with measurable data that supports your mission.
Thank you, Ms. Tatum.
Thank
Go
y'all.
forth and do a good job.
Yes, ma'am. Y'all have a good day.
Thank you. We will take a 10-minute break.
I was showing her, I was getting, we are wrapping up for the day at 1:07 this morning.
Oh, I saw that.
Who was?
The networks, the server group,
What happened to the 9:30? Oh my gosh, those poor
it
guys.
just, the issues bringing it back up.
And I hope they were here on time.
So they, I can tell you they probably were. Although, I wasn't looking for them. I'm serious, these guys, they'll do it. Just mine.
You're sharing.
All right. Is this my study buddy?
Shoulder partner.
Ms. Boyd, we're ready for action item 2.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Open enrollment public charter school priority status hearing, Little Rock Preparatory Academy, the 5-8 campus. The State Board of Education approved the application for Little Rock Preparatory Academy Charter School on November 4th, 2008. The charter is approved to serve students in grades K through 8 with a maximum enrollment of 432. The charter authorizing panel will consider Hold on 1 second. Sorry. The Charter Authorizing Panel will consider the possibility of acting on the Little Rock Preparatory Academy open enrollment charters pursuant Arkansas Code annotated 623-105 regarding an alleged failure to meet academic or fiscal performance criteria deemed important and relevant for the public charter school by the authorizer. Representatives of Little Rock Preparatory Academy are here today to make a presentation and answer questions. Possible actions to be taken by the Charter Authorizing Panel include modification, probation, and/or revocation of the charter. And since this item is different than the one before, we'll have Jennifer Davis come and tell us about the procedures for this item.
Hi, the procedures that you're going to follow today are going to be 20 minutes from or all persons, we'll start with that are going to be providing testimony outside of attorneys will need to be sworn in. The department's going to have 20 minutes to make a presentation regarding the school and its priority status. And then the school will also have 20 minutes after that. At that point, after their presentation, you may ask questions and then make a decision.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. If all representatives from Little Rock Preparatory Academy 5-8 campus and anyone speaking in opposition, please stand to receive the oath, including ADE. I guess there is no opposition. And ADE staff, thank you. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Ms. Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Little Rock Preparatory Academy was first authorized by the State Board of Education to operate in November of 2008 to serve grades 5 through 8. In May of 2011, the State Board approved an amendment request to add grades K through 4 to the charter and to add Exalt Education as the charter management organization. With approval from the State Board in June of 2012, Little Rock Preparatory relocated their middle school campus. The charter was renewed by the Charter Authorizing Panel in February of 2014. Recently, the school has been classified a priority school. The contract is scheduled to expire in June of 2017. Little Rock Prep suddenly and unexpectedly suffered the loss of the school principal this fall. Under the direction of Superintendent Ben Lindquist and new principal Anitra Rogers, Little Rock Prep is working diligently to increase the academic growth shown under prior school leaders. I'll defer the rest of my time to Dr. Tony.
Little Rock Prep is a first-year priority school. Our involvement with the school as a priority school started in September. As we noted earlier, the first-year charter, first-year priority schools have some adjusting to do, have to come up to speed with the waiver and the requirements there, and they are working diligently to do that. The meetings that we have had at their school include the superintendent and then all of the leadership from the campus. They are consistently dedicated to the ideas that we bring. to meeting the requirements that they are required to do. They have not shied away from the fact that they want to improve and do whatever it takes in the planning part. Been very, very cooperative with us, and we would expect that to continue.
Thank you, Dr. Tony. Ms. Boyd, if you'll introduce the school.
Thank you, Madam Chair. From the school, to start the presentation, we have Ben Lindquist, who is the Executive Director.
Good morning. You all will have to excuse me. I actually lost my voice last night unexpectedly, and I've been trying to not do a lot of talking for the last 24 hours, which is not something I'm very good at. So bear with me as we go through this. I want to start by introducing the Board of Trustees of Little Rock Preparatory Academy. If you all could please rise. Little Rock Preparatory Academy benefits from a 7-member board of trustees, which is very dedicated to the school and very knowledgeable about the community that we serve. They're pushing hard in every meeting, every year, to make sure that we advance our mission, and so I want to make sure I acknowledge them today. We also have a number of members of our leadership team. There are actually 2 organizations that are partnered together around Little Rock Preparatory Academy. Exalt Education is a nonprofit, Arkansas-based organization that we started to be a network of schools, a charter management organization. Exalt supports the 2 campuses of Little Rock Preparatory Academy and another school that we opened 2 years ago, the Exalt Academy of Southwest Little Rock. We also have the middle school of Little Rock Preparatory Academy. Little Rock Preparatory Academy is its own nonprofit corporation called Collegiate Choices, doing business as Little Rock Prep, and the Board of Trustees governs the corporation Collegiate Choices. So I just want to clarify that up front. We're going to spend the next 20 minutes with you. I'm just going to introduce some background, some of which Ms. Boyd already touched on. And then we're going to have Dr. McKenzie, an independent researcher, share the results of an achievement report that she did on our middle school. And then I'm just going to close it out and open it up to the panel for questions. So with that, we'll get started. Oh, thank you. Our mission is to prepare students from underserved communities for competitive colleges and advanced careers by ensuring mastery of the core subjects and developing the key behaviors required for success, citizenship, and leadership in their communities and beyond. This mission statement is something we live and try to breathe. It's very important to us, and it's something we've worked hard to develop together as a leadership team over the last 5 years. Here's a timeline of some of the major events in the history of Little Rock Preparatory Academy. As Ms. Boyd mentioned, in 2008, our charter was approved for 432 students in grades 5 through 8. In the 2009-10 year, the school opened for its first year of operation at the original location at 12th and Schiller, 3 blocks away from Central High School, with 60 students in grade 5, relative to a first-year projected charter enrollment of 108 students in grade 5. In its second year, the school reopened with 85 students in grades 5 and 6, relative to a second-year projected enrollment of 216 students in grades 5 and 6. The school was struggling with enrollment, and as you know, enrollment affects financing and a whole variety of different things. In the 2010-11 year, the founding executive director of the school relocated away from the school out of state, and I had an opportunity to meet Charles Stewart, who was at that time the chairman of the Board of Trustees, and we decided that the school's mission was so vital, the community that it was serving was so important, Central Little Rock, that we wanted to step in and try to make what was, at that time, a pretty tenuous situation really work. So we decided to do that. And the Board of Trustees and management have partnered together to do that ever since. Our management team started in January of 2011. We did a needs assessment. We formally entered into a service agreement between Exalt Education and Little Rock Prep in October of 2011. We worked on a volunteer basis from January to October to support the school, even though we weren't operating under a service agreement. We relocated the middle school to its own separate facility under a 2-year lease in 2012. Since that time, we've extended the lease for another 2 years, and we will complete that extension at the end of this year. So in total, we've been at the current middle school campus for 4 years now. We had our first graduating class of 8th graders in 2013. We've now had a total of 3 graduating classes of 8th graders. We are very excited about that. We were able to get our charter renewed for an additional 3 years in 2014. February of that year, we had a unanimous vote of approval by the charter authorizing panel, which the state board upheld. In 2015, this past fall, we were designated a priority school for our performance from 2012 to 2014. So for that 3-year period, just before the state moved to the new college and career ready standards and the park. And here we are today with this hearing. In this map, you can see the residences of all of the students that we serve in our middle school. We're a community public school. We serve Central Little Rock. And the boundaries of Central Little Rock are Interstate 630 to the north, Main Street to the east, University to the west, and Asher to the south. As you can see in this map, presently about 60% of our students live within the boundary lines of that region. There are also a significant number of students who live west between University and John Barrow Road, and to the south, actually in southwest Little Rock. So you can see all of that here on the map. This slide provides a basic comparison between the attributes of our students and the surrounding Little Rock School District and the state of Arkansas. Our middle school is a small school with 119 students this year in grades 6 through 8. In past years, we've actually served grades 5 through 8 at our middle school campus. We have a 100% poverty rate at the school. We've seen a pretty steady increase in the poverty level of the students in our school since I started as executive director in 2011. Before we went to the community eligibility provision, where we were able to start providing all students free and reduced lunch or free lunch, we were actually at last documented levels at about 85% free and reduced lunch when we were still administering applications. 83% of our students are African American, 15% are Latino, 2% are white, and on October 2015, we determined that 17% of our students qualify for special education. Among those students, we have 4 students who are on 504 behavior plans, the remainder of the students on IEPs, individual education plans. Over the past 4 years, we've learned a lot, and we believe in continuous improvement and growth. We believe that in this work, it's iterative. You have to really take students and families where they are and work to serve them as hard and as well as you possibly can. Over that 4-year time, we've learned a lot, and our value proposition has changed. 4 years ago, we were very focused on the center of this pyramid, the what, which is that our students need to perform against leading indicators of engagement, behavior, and achievement. However, as we've really gotten into this work and gotten to know our population better and better, our value proposition has expanded. We now believe that we have to provide all of the different levels and supports that are necessary in this pyramid to be successful. And that includes the how, which is meeting our students' physical, emotional, and social needs. It also includes the who, making certain that our students are learning social etiquette and strong character traits so that we're really helping them become outstanding human beings. With that introduction, I want to turn it over to Dr. McKenzie, who's going to be directly guiding you through the independent analysis that she did of our student achievement. McKenzie?
Good morning. I worked with Little Rock Prep to conduct an analysis of map growth information. I'm sure y'all are tired of hearing me talk about map growth, but it's very cool. So our big question was, how are students who attend Little Rock Preparatory Academy middle grades growing academically? And why do we need to talk about growth? It's the same thing we've talked about before. Students are coming into the school well behind grade level. At Little Rock Prep, it's approximately 2 to 2.5 grade levels below in both reading and mathematics. For instrumentation, we did use NWA MAP assessment in reading and math. This is for the fall and spring of each year, so it measures the impact the school is having directly on the students. And like we've discussed before, each student has their own individualized growth percentage. It is not easier for low-performing kids to meet their targets than it is for high-performing kids to meet their targets, and it's based on a nationally representative norming sample. For this analysis, we looked at something a little different. We looked at cohorts of students that had been at the school for 1 year, for 2 years, or for 3 years, and wanted to see the varying impact that staying at the school for 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years would have on students' growth. So I asked 3 questions. What percentage of students in each cohort meet or exceed typical gains for each year? And then the second question is a little more nuanced. What percentage of that typical gain was made? So was it 100%, which would be 1 year's growth, 150%, 180%? It gets to the magnitude of growth being made by students. And the last question, how does Little Rock Prep student growth compare to national student growth? Here's the information on our student cohorts. I collapsed all kids who were at the school for 1 year into the 1 year cohort. And this is over 12, 13, 13, 14, 14, 15. It's important to note that any student who comes to Little Rock Prep as an 8th grader can only be there for 1 year because they have to exit at the end. 1 year, 2 year, and 3 year cohorts. In the 3 year cohort, there are students who were there 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. And there's a couple that were in there for 5th, 6th, and 7th, and that is when 5th grade was still at the middle school. My first question is, are the kids different, right? Do the kids who just come to Little Rock Prep for 1 year and then leave, do they look different than kids who stay longer? Because we would assume from our work with traditional public schools that kids who are more mobile are less academically adept, mostly because they're dealing with other circumstances than kids who are less mobile. My analysis, they look exactly the same. Those kids, and I think it's about being a school of choice. I think that kids who move in and out don't look inherently different than kids who stay. So their MAP scores were similar. Academically, there may be other things I didn't measure, but academically, those 1 year, 2 year, and 3 year kids look the same. So what percentage of students in each cohort met or exceeded typical gains? 63% overall, and remember that 50% is the national average. This is by cohort. 64% of the 1 year met in reading, 56% of the 2 year met in reading, and 67% of the 3 year. You can see the same numbers there for math. I think we thought this was a little surprising because we expected kids that were there over 3 years to have more intense gains. But I think it tells a positive story, too, that no matter whether you're at Little Rock 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years, you get a very productive academic experience. And since the kids
Sarah,
aren't
this is
different,
the 100%?
This is the 100%, yes, ma'am. And since the kids aren't different, we wouldn't expect there to be really different percentages of kids meeting growth, given that they're getting the same academic treatment, for lack of a better word. This is the 100%. And for the 3 year, it was the expected growth for them over each of those 3 years and what percentage of them met or exceeded that summative expectation, okay? So the next question is, what percentage of that gain was made by students in each cohort? 100% would be meeting your expected annual growth. It was 120% in reading and 150% in math. Overall, kids are making 1.5 years of growth in 1 year. Here it is by cohort. They're all well above the 100% that we would expect. And the last question is, how does this growth compare to national student growth? We have school level norms now that we can use for growth. So they're better than 79% of schools in reading growth and 84% of schools in math growth. The national average, again, would be 50%. And we see this consistent growth, again, across all three of these cohorts. So my conclusion was that students who attend Little Rock Prep exceed national peers in academic growth in both reading and math as measured by NWA MAP assessments. We did have small sample sizes. It's a small school, and there's quite a bit of transition in and out as this school has grown through its changes. I would love to be able to compare the growth of students who left to the students who stayed, but again, I'm limited by the data that we have available, so I can't do that sort of comparison once kids leave the school. I know it's not all about growth, it's about proficiency too. So I pulled districts that have similar poverty rates, and here's 14 of them, and compared their PARCC proficiency rates to Little Rock Prep. The purple bar is the percent proficient at Little Rock Prep. The red bar is the percent proficient combined at those comparable traditional public districts. And you can see that in every grade and in every subject, both literacy and math, Little Rock Prep students are outperforming in terms of proficiency on the PARCC their peers in similar districts. And I'll be finished there. Thank you.
This past fall, after becoming a priority school, we've worked closely with our liaisons at the Department of Education, with Dr. Tony and his colleagues. They've been very helpful to us, and we've really worked to embrace the process. We believe that this isn't good enough. We need to get better. And we think that the priority school designation is a signal that we need to get better and continue to operate with great urgency. In the needs assessment that we did, we tried to categorize ourselves in 7 different areas or principles of effective schools, and we categorized ourselves on a rating system with a scale, basically a 4-point scale. We gave ourselves a formative rating, the lowest rating, if we're in the beginning stages of developing practice, a developing rating or yellow rating if we're systematically implementing and improving practice, but we don't have a lot of evidence of growth yet. A good rating if we're refining practice and there's clear evidence of significant growth, and an excellent rating if there's a high absolute level of measurable performance. In sharing these ratings, I want to be clear with you that this is not something that, I believe that as executive director, these things need to happen under my charge, but I also believe that Jennifer McMahon, the principal that we had at our school for 3 years, who passed away unexpectedly in September, Jennifer was a really fantastic performance manager. She was driven, she was hardworking, she was a former Marine, she was an educator. I think she was just an outstanding person and leader, and I think that's much of the reason why our middle school has accomplished what it has over the last 3 years. So in these 7 principles of effective schools, I'll start by highlighting where we have a lot of room to improve, and then go to the principles where there's still room to improve, but maybe less room. The 6th principle, the school environment, which we also directly connect to student retention, is the area where we think we have the most room to improve. There are 2 principles, strong leadership and the use of time, which affects student engagement in the classroom, where we think we're developing, so there's also a lot of room to improve in those 2 categories as well. And then there are 4 principles where we think we're doing well. We have a very good faculty, very well qualified, very hardworking, dedicated faculty. So we gave ourselves a good rating on that. Good rating on stakeholder engagement. There's room to improve there, but we've made a lot of progress. And then there are 2 principles in particular where we really think we see signs that we're excellent as defined by the rating system I shared in the last slide: curriculum and instruction and use of data. In closing, one of the things we've had to really take a hard look at, and this is kind of a gut check, is what are we doing this work for? How are we doing against our mission? It's not easy to be designated a priority school. I can tell you it's been the subject of a lot of scrutiny and introspection. So when we look at it, we look at, you know, what's the legislative intent? What's the purpose of charter schools in the state of Arkansas? There are 6 different objectives for charter schools, and I want to just address what we think we're doing relative to each of those objectives, which are set forth in the charter school law. The first is, are we improving student learning? As Dr. McKenzie just demonstrated, our middle school is enabling our students to make achievement gains among the top 25% in the nation. Are we increasing learning opportunities with a special emphasis on students who are identified as low achieving? Our middle school is located in and is serving one of the most low income, historically underserved populations in the nation. We present quite a bit of evidence for that in the priority school report. Are we encouraging the use of different and innovative teaching methods? Nearly every aspect of our middle school's programs are unique and innovative, with an emphasis on doing what works for the target population, not just experimenting. Are we creating new professional opportunities for our teachers? We've given our teachers meaningful leadership roles in our middle school as department chairs. We have dedicated professional development time on Wednesday of every week with a shortened school day. We're doing those things to really provide an extra level of support for our teachers in the really hard work that we're engaged in. Are we providing parents and pupils with expanded choices? Our middle school is one of the only accessible alternatives to district neighborhood schools for most of the families that we serve. That's the reality. And are we accountable? We've set forth 18 clear measurable goals in our charter renewal application and the priority school report that we presented to you. We reported on our performance against those 18 goals. We also embrace the school's AMO system and accountability system and strive to perform against it. Our middle school in this past year, the first year of the parks, met all of our AMOs and did quite well. With that, we'll open it up to panel questions.
Thank you. Thank you for a thorough report. Who would like to start? Dr. Gocher?
Thank you, Dr. Lindquist, and your excellent report. A couple of comments, and I've got a question regarding student-led conferences, so maybe someone from your team could address that when I get to that. First of all, I truly appreciate your mission. It's evident, sir, that you have brought in all of the stakeholders as a part of that. It was a very well-worded mission, and having been a witness to your campus, I can see that mission is not just on print, it's alive in the lives of the students as well, and certainly your stakeholders. And also, on your responsive report, incredible work on that. It was one of the best I have seen in my time here. You took a great deal of time, and I know that it's a great burden on any institution having to respond to that. So I appreciate the work that you and your staff did in regards to the responsive report. A little bit of personal experience with student-led conferences. Having been an assistant principal and at a middle school, that was a part of what we did, but we lost the sustainability. So I've got a couple of comments regarding that, but I want to hear how you've been able to keep student-led conferences alive, because for whatever reason, it became mundane for us and we moved away from it, and I felt it was a huge mistake. So I'm very curious of how you're keeping those student-led conferences alive, because there's no better way of reporting to the parents than having the students report to the parents at a conference. It's nothing like, yeah, Johnny's got an A and he's doing great. You know, you have an opportunity for those students to really share what's going on in their academic life. So could you have someone share how you're keeping that sustainable?
Tina Long, my colleague, who's a co-founder in our network, is currently transitioning into the role of Chief Academic Officer of our network after having led this development of our school, our Exalt Academy. Tina's going to speak to that.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I too love student conferences, student-led conferences. They're wonderful. One thing that we've done is add a little bit lower.
A little closer.
There you go.
If you'd state your name again.
My name's Tina Long. We've added a little bit more structure to the student-led conferences as far as goals are concerned. So we actually implement AIPs for every single child in the school, regardless if it's required by the state or not. Those are really what drive the data for the students. So the goals are constantly changing and then being updated. The students have actually data notebooks where they track their proficiency against the standards. So it's not something that just comes up quarterly for them. It's actually something that's part of their daily life at the school, that they can have a tool to express how they're doing. Of course, we have the academic goals, but we also have the personal goals for the students that are extracurricular, outside, try to make them well-rounded. We use the structure provided by NWEA and what they support in it. So that's how we do it, and I think the children really like it.
And how are you keeping the teachers connected to that? I know that a lot of the responsibility can rest upon the teachers, especially at the beginning until the students can take a little ownership. How are you keeping them connected in that process?
We have an advisory period, so during that period is when a lot of this work happens, and it happens ongoing throughout the year. So I think that where I've made my mistake before in the past with student-led conferences is waiting till conference time to do it.
Yeah.
And then it becomes an extra product or a burden that's like, oh no, we have to get ready for this, you know. But because it's part of what they're doing and just their life, it works well with the teachers and the students together.
And with that model, you can have a student-led conference at any time if they
Yes,
are
sir.
keeping those data notebooks and those things relevant.
Yes.
That's a good point.
Mhm.
I'm glad to hear it. Keep it sustainable.
Thank you. I
Yeah,
appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments?
I do.
Dr. Saunders?
If someone else have one, you can come back to me.
Ms. Pepper?
Good morning. How are you?
Good.
I wanted just to, and I appreciate the presentation. It was very well laid out, and I think obviously the work that you all are doing it with the needs assessment and self-analysis really gives you a good, honest picture of where you are and sets those goals. So I really appreciated that. I just wanted to talk for a minute about your teachers, because I'm just wanting to check on some data here and then see if there's some things that we can do to assist you. But I'm looking at, and I think I've got 15, 16 data that was pulled from a cycle report on just your number of certified staff in that school and the number of novice teachers. And the data here show nine certified teachers. Does that sound right on the total number?
I actually have the data for you. Let me just check.
Is it on there? Okay. Because what this was showing is 9 certified teachers and 7 with less than 1 year of teaching experience. So that's a huge number of novice teachers to have. And
So in the backup slides that you have in front of you, again, excuse my voice, there's a cover slide that says teacher and administrator qualifications and tenure. And then there's 2 slides following that summarize for you the qualifications of our faculty and staff. And we separated them, so the first slide is the administration of the school, and these are the dedicated site administrators of the school. And then the second slide focuses on our teachers' qualifications and tenure. And I literally collected this data and information one by one from our staff members last week. Our interim principal, Anitra Rogers, who's here, is test certified. Anitra holds a master's degree in English, and she's a fellow in the APSRC Leadership Institute. She's been in that institute as a developing fellow for a year and a half. Aaron Mickens, who's here with us today as well, is test certified. He holds an Arkansas teaching license and has a Bachelor of Arts degree. Mr. Mickens was the chair of our English Language Arts department at the middle school last year. Because of how effective he was with our students, we actually promoted him into the school-wide director of curriculum role. Our dean of students, Mr. Johnson, Chris Johnson, who couldn't be with us here today. We have a small school. He has a master's degree in counseling and a separate master's degree in teaching. He's just incredibly highly qualified for what he's doing. Our special education director, Dr. Bruce Battles, actually has 2 separate doctorate degrees. He has a doctorate degree in curriculum and instruction, a doctorate degree in special special education, and he's certified in Arkansas as a special educator. And then moving on to kind of directly address your question on faculty qualifications on the second slide. So we have a total of 13 people who are teaching classes in the middle school. Now that includes some members of our administration. It's anybody that's teaching classes. When you look at the level of formal education, and this is the terminal degree, 1 of 13 has a doctorate degree, 5 of 13 holds a master's degree, 7 of 13 holds a bachelor's degree. In terms of retention, we retained 85% of our middle school staff from last year to this year. I think one of the big reasons we had such a high retention rate, where we've had a lower retention rate before, is that people have really bought into the mission and really bought into the leadership that we have at our middle school and the impact we're having. It's easier to sustain this work when you're seeing success. The average tenure of our staff members in the middle school is 3 years. It ranges from 6 years as a high. We have 1 staff member who's actually been with the school since we opened. And we also have a few staff members who have come in. This is their first year, but the average tenure is 3. In terms of qualifications, we've registered all of our teachers as highly qualified with the department. We submit an annual report each year, and all of our staff members are registered under those requirements. And 5 of our teachers, our core faculty members, are Arkansas certified. So it's fewer than what you had said, actually. 4 of the 13 staff members that I just mentioned are pursuing a master's degree. So the people that have a bachelor's degree, the 7 that do, of those 7, 4 are pursuing a master's. And so one of the things that I feel is exceptional about the qualifications of the faculty is that they're not just striving to get certified, they're actually striving to get a master's degree, and they're actively taking coursework towards their master's. And so, you know, God willing, if we keep them, as we really want to, we should actually have a higher and higher percentage of our faculty members who have a master's degree within, you know, their given domain.
And I agree that it's always exciting when you have educators who want to invest in themselves and in their profession and grow and develop. So I'm glad to hear that that your retention rate is on the rise. And my main concern was just to make sure that you knew, especially with if you did have that large of a number of first year teachers, that as you move forward working with the department, we would definitely try to provide whatever specialized help you needed or your teachers needed.
Yeah, let's do this. Ms. Rogers, will you rise? Mr. Mickens, will you rise? Ms. Rogers and Mr. Mickens are our interim principal and director of curriculum and instruction at the middle school. They're both test certified. One of the reasons why we really put a press on getting both of them test certified is for the point that you raised, which is we have a lot of teachers who are evaluating through the test system. We really buy into the system. We believe in the system. And we're actually trying to exceed the requirements of the system pretty substantially in terms of the frequency of observations and the feedback we're giving. But it's really the 2 of them that are driving that process. So.
Thank you. And that feedback and support is what we really want that message to be. Thank you.
Mr. Lester.
I'd just like to make a statement as you move forward working with ADE. In 2014, you applied for a target-assisted Title I program, and it was very well written. During that time, you weren't a priority school, but you had a year of planning, and you could have become school-wide the next year. I don't know if that got dropped through the cracks or a change in principle happened, but I would encourage you to work with us to look at serving. You have 86% free and reduced, and it'd be awesome to supplement those kids with that funding. So I'd like to work with you on that.
Thank you. We welcome that help, and I will acknowledge that this has been a year of kind of a lot of transition. It was. Miss McMahon was so strong as a personality that you almost didn't believe that she could ever die of anything, frankly. And she was battling with breast cancer for a year leading up to her passing. And it was, I think, a surprise to all of us just because of the strength that she displayed. And I'm not kidding you, literally up until days before she was admitted to the emergency room, she was just that kind of an individual. So,
Ms. Smith.
First off, I just want to note that I'm sorry for your school's loss. Any type of tragedy like that for a school impacts many, many, many. And so I'm sorry for your loss. And I can just see on the looks of some of your faces that she was dearly loved and what a legacy she can leave through the work that you're doing. I just kind of want to hear a little bit about what you're doing for your more advanced students. I know that you have some struggling poverty students and some issues there, but within all populations, we have students who do excel. And so I noted some of your RTI stuff, but tell me about your students who are exceeding and what your school's doing to meet those needs.
I wish that we had our Learning Pass coordinator here, Tia Townsend. Tia has been a wonderful addition to our team. So we have a new program that we've developed and piloted for the last 2 years. It's called the Learning Pass program. What we did to start that, to kick it off, is we actually partnered with a practicum team of 4 students at the Clinton School of Public Service. They helped us over the course of a year conduct outreach to different community institutions of higher education, museums, cultural centers, and build partnerships with those institutions. And we actually memorialized those in MOUs that we entered into with those institutions at the end of that year in a formal event. And over the last 2 years then, what we've done is we've actually sent our students from our middle school who are academically in a position to benefit from it. We've sent them out into the community to learn at a network of partner sites. They went to 12 different partner institutions last year over the course of 110 days of instruction out of a 200-day calendar. This year, same thing, 110 days, and we've had 10 partner institutions that we've been working with. We have a bus that we use to transport students to and from those sites. They go in the afternoon, and it's not our faculty teaching our students at partner sites, it's the program staff of the partner institution teaching our students at the partner site. So it's really been an incredible experience. I mean, some of the program staff that we've had involved in this program, like the Museum of Discovery is an example of this. You all may have seen, the guy who's the program director at the Museum of Discovery on The Tonight Show. He's been on The Tonight Show, I think, 3 or 4 different times. He's just this incredibly charismatic guy who loves doing experiments, and he's kind of a mad scientist. He's been working with our students, helping them learn science, engineering, the STEM subjects, and he's doing it at the Museum of Discovery on the exhibit floor. It's just fantastic. And a whole variety of different experiences like that. First Tee, our students, it's actually just behind our middle school. So our students went to First Tee. They learned the mechanics of a golf swing and the basics of golf there, which is actually, for a lot of professionals, an important life skill. And they also learned about teamwork. And so that was a great experience for them that they really enjoyed. We actually had one student who became a caddy and has become a shockingly good golfer in a very short time. And he's actually out caddying actively with semi-professional golfers now. So it's those kinds of things, I think, that have really made the Learning Pass a wonderful experiential learning opportunity for our students. Our students do have to qualify to get into it as a part of the admissions criteria. We want to make sure that they're performing at a certain level. And the way that works for us is that during those time periods when students are out in the Learning Pass, the students that we're working with in the school who didn't meet the academic criteria, it's a driver that motivates them to want to get to the Learning Pass. And then we're able to work with them in a more individualized way, tutoring, other types of more individualized services to get them up to the academic standards so that they can participate. So we're planning to continue to grow the Learning Pass from a pilot program to more of a school-wide program systematically over the next 2 or 3 years.
Do you have any kind of like academic pathway for students to get credit for high school courses, or even kind of like on that pre-AP track?
Miss McMahon actually really wanted to start offering Algebra 1 for high school credit this year, and we were planning to do that. When she passed away unexpectedly, unfortunately, we didn't continue that application process. We do plan to start to offer Algebra 1 for high school credit starting this next year, so our team is moving forward with that. We don't have any plans in place yet for pre-advanced placement offerings. However, that is something our Board of Trustees has actually been pressing on as we've looked at our students' needs, and I think it's something we need to make sure that we are exploring actively.
And just working with the Office of Education Policy, but even your NWEA scores will give you indicators of the students that would most appropriately fit in that coursework. And then our office would be glad to assist you in applying for that.
Thank you.
Dr. Saunders.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Good.
Good. I enjoyed my visit when I went out there and got the full tour.
Yeah, thank you for making the time.
Around town, absolutely. Absolutely. In looking at the information you submitted, correct me if I'm wrong here. Hold on just a second, trying to pull up the right sheet. In October 1st of 2014, that was the last reporting date concerning free and reduced lunch forms as you went to CEP, correct? Community eligibility provision.
So our understanding in moving to the community eligibility provision is that we can no longer administer the free and reduced lunch forms to distinguish.
That's correct.
So we stopped, at that point.
I just want to clarify that. And in doing so, what it does is it identifies for accountability purposes. Ms. Barnes, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but for accountability purposes, it identifies 100% of your student population as being free and reduced. But in actuality, looking at the state NSL funding, it always goes back to your base year of when you last collected the forms. Thus, the forms at that year was 71%. So your actual student population, more reflective, would be around 71%. Is that a fair statement?
I believe that 71% free lunches, and I think that if you add in the reduced lunches, it's 85%. That's actually what we found in the last reported year.
On the
I don't know if the state reporting, I saw that on the state report. To be honest with you, I don't think that's correct. But I don't know what the basis is for it.
Okay, I'll need to look into this just a little bit. So.
Mr. Rogers?
I have concerns about the funding. First, I see in 2014 you ended with a $6,400 balance, which is cutting it real close. Last year you got up to $26,000, but this year, I know your budget reflects 59, but when I look at the expenses that weren't budgeted, such as I'm looking at, there were some bonuses, additional compensation that weren't budgeted. Classified unemployment wasn't budgeted. It looks like on most of your supplies, electricity, or either some gasoline, diesel, those kind of supplies is either weren't budgeted or you're already over budgeted. And so when I try putting pen to paper that, it looks like you're going to end this year in the negative, about $71,000. So, and my concern is what happens then, because that's one. And then I had also a question about some of the budget stuff, like the consulting educational contract. I was just kind of wondering what that is. And then the redemption of principal expense, I was kind of wondering what that is. So that's, sorry I threw all that at you at once, but it's a whole lot to throw, and that's
actually okay. I had a sense in the exchange with Ms. Martin that there would be some questions coming up, and I'm happy to address them. And let me also add, we'd be happy to hold a meeting and to work through things in whatever substantive detail you all need. Because one of the things that I've consistently observed is that we have a budgeting process and we have a cash flow management process and we have other practice that we have in place that we observe with quite a bit of discipline and frequency. And it seems like somehow that's not getting reported in the way at least I would hope to the State Department through the AppScan system. I'm not exactly sure what the gap is, honestly. So by way of explaining that, let me say we set out an operating budget at the beginning of this year. The Board of Trustees approved that operating budget in August. When we got our funding estimates from the state, they were actually substantially lower than what we had budgeted. We think that what accounts for that difference is that as a school, we've moved from being funded on our projected growth, so it's a current year funding, to being funded as a static state school, which is based on your first 3 quarters previous year ADM. That has been difficult for us because there are big gaps. When you have a growing school, it's significant. I mean, 20 students, as you know better than I do, just a difference in 20 students average daily membership is a huge amount of money. So what we did to respond to that is that we revised our operating budget we presented a new operating budget to the Board of Trustees. They approved the new operating budget, and we cut expenses accordingly. And so we've cut a significant number of expenses through the first months of this year of operation. And we actually believe that our operating budget position is quite solid right now, and we anticipate finishing this year with an over $50,000 surplus in year end. So we feel that we're in a good position, but the concern that I think you're raising is the question of how well is that internal operating budget approval and preparation process, the revisions we've made in expenses, how well is that being reported through AppScan? And I'm not certain of that. We do have our Director of Finance and Operations here, and so I'll call her up just to supplement, but anyway.
Yeah, because I guess that is part of my concern, because when I look at expenditures like the bonuses and compensation that was not budgeted but now it's an expense, it's going to add to it. And it just looks like a lot of the expenses are under budgeted because they're already have been spent over that. So I hear you saying you've cut expenses, but then when I look at what's reported in AppScan, I'm not able to catch where those expenses have been cutted. And I'm from Arkansas, but that's part of my concern. So, and then the other one, and I'm trying to get a grasp of what the consulting education I guess it's a contract is, because I see in 14 you spent $112,000 on it, and then it's jumped up the past 2 years to almost $500,000. And so, what is it? And are you getting $500,000 worth out of it? Because when I'm doing a projection here and I'm seeing 71,000 in the red, and then I see a contract that is you're spending $500,000 on, are you getting everything out of that? Is there something that we could do there? And then the other one that I was just kind of looking at, it kind of stood out to me, was the redemption of principal. I was kind of trying to figure out what those two things were.
So let me speak to the service agreement and the service fees that are being assessed, and then I'll have Ms. Garth speak to the budget gap, because I think that's worth following up on, actually. So in October of 2011, the Board of Trustees of Little Rock Preparatory Academy entered into a service agreement with Exalt Education. That service agreement, we submitted it to the state, and it was reviewed by the commissioner and deputy commissioner. Under that service arrangement, the school basically pays Exalt a set fee that's equivalent to 15% of its operating revenues. And it's a set fee. It doesn't vary from year to year. Under the service arrangement, then, Exalt employs and provides the two principal members of the site management team of the school, the Director of Academic Programs, the Director of Finance. That's a part of the set fees. We also provide performance evaluation services to the school. We have a two-person performance evaluation team that services the school, and a Director of Performance Evaluation who's here today. We provide the school with grants, with loans, and with cash flow financing. Exalt's provided the school now with over $200,000 in grants over the course of the last 4 years. We've also provided the school with over $300,000 in loans for facilities renovations and improvements as we moved into new facilities. We provide the school with legal services. We have a retainer with legal counsel. The benefit of that is that if the school were paying for that retainer directly out of its budget, it would be a much higher percentage of the school's operating budget. We find that it's much more efficient to be able to spread those services and costs across the schools and the network. Essentially what it does for us is it creates a district structure where there's a support system and team, where if Little Rock Prep was operating as a single school that's freestanding, it wouldn't have the benefit of those services, and certainly not in an efficient manner. So that's the purpose of the service agreement and the service fees.
And that's the consulting educational, is that what you're talking about? That's
right.
the agreement with Exalt that give the administrative duties that y'all would otherwise have to pay for yourself.
Exalt also raises a substantial amount of money. This came up as a question. Over the last 5 years, Exalt's raised, well over $5 million. And so that money...
For this school?
Not specifically for this school, for Exalt support services and for Exalt as a charter management organization. Exalt's pretty consistent. There are about 250 different charter management organizations around the country that we benchmarked our business plan against, and Exalt's operating model is consistent with those other organizations.
And then the redemption of principal, is that loans that Exalt's giving y'all that y'all are having to pay back?
So what happened when we moved to the primary school is that we did $300,000 in facilities renovations and improvements to the primary school site before the school moved to it. And we did 2 loans. Actually, we partnered with a community development corporation that's called Self-Help Corporation. Self-Help has provided different facility financing to charter schools. They have a portfolio all over the country. They provided a $150,000 loan, and Exalt matched that with another $150,000 loan. Self-Help actually required that Exalt match it. And I think the reason they did was kind of a risk assessment and management strategy. If we're gonna put skin in the game, we're gonna make sure Exalt has skin in the game. And so we basically went in 1-to-1 on the financing. And the school has been paying back that facilities renovation loan over a 3-year period. We did submit the loan agreements to the state, and they were approved by the commissioner and by the state's legal counsel. So it's certainly something the state's been aware of. And the school will finish out the schedule of payments on those renovations over the next 12 months.
Okay, so just so I understand, because I know when you say that they looked at it, I mean, but I guess if I get it in piecemeal, then I don't get the whole picture until I get to see it on paper like this. So
I'm happy to meet and walk through everything, because it's a
guess-
lot to take in. It really is.
I guess because I'm still a little, so Little Rock Prep pays Exalt $500,000 a year for administrative costs, and then you're paying back a $200,000 loan to them. So out of your total budget, you're paying $700,000 to Exalt.
Little Rock Preparatory Academy pays Exalt Education 15% of its public operating revenues for management services to the school. I've described what those services are. In addition, Exalt awarded Little Rock Prep a loan of $150,000 at a 5.3% interest rate, which Little Rock Prep cannot get on the open market from any conventional bank in this state. We tried. And so the school has that loan and is repaying that loan at a low interest rate.
Okay. I don't know yet. Okay. If someone else says something.
I just wanted to clarify. I couldn't quite understand. I was trying to follow, and in particular the relationship, I think, between Little Rock Prep and Exalt. And I think you used "we" many times, and I could not tell if you were talking about "we" being Exalt or "we" being Little Rock Prep. It seemed to be used interchangeably. Could you explain that?
Both organizations are nonprofit organizations. Both are Arkansas corporations. We share the same mission. I'm the executive director of Little Rock Preparatory Academy. I'm also the CEO of Exalt Education. Exalt Education is my employer. I report to a board of directors of Exalt Education. Bonnie Johnson, who's here today, is one member of the board of directors of Exalt. And we basically view it as though we're partnered together to serve the school. And there are resources and things that Exalt can do for the school that the school couldn't do for itself otherwise. And so it's a big benefit, we think, and we think we can demonstrate this. It's a big benefit for the school to have that partnership.
Okay, so just so I understand, because I'm not clear, but okay, so you're an employee of Exalt, not Little Rock Prep, correct? Do you authorize the payments to Exalt?
We have a finance coordinator, and we have an approval process by which the service fees are paid to Exalt. And there's a director of finance for Little Rock Preparatory Academy, Ms. Garth, who actually is the one who authorizes the payments.
But are you in that process? Do you authorize those payments?
Yes.
And is that person that you referenced, are they an employee? Are they included in what you were saying, the services provided by Exalt, or are they an employee of Little Rock Prep?
All of the members of the school are employees of Little Rock Preparatory Academy, with the exception of the 2 principal members of the management team that I mentioned earlier. And Exalt provides those people and employs them under the service agreement.
Okay, and what positions were they, if you could?
Yeah, the director of academic programs and the director of finance and operations.
So the director of finance of operations approves those expenditures to Exalt?
Yes.
And is an Exalt employee? Okay.
This is all, I should mention, this is audited by Hudson Sisney every year, and it's been audited for 4 years. And, you know, it might be helpful for you all to have, you know, some some interaction with the auditing firm to kind of walk through the ins and outs of how it works.
And it's a unique situation, and that's
It
I'm
is.
trying to understand it, and so.
Any other questions or comments? Ms. Barnes?
I mean, if Mr. Rogers wanted to continue the fiscal line, that's fine.
Kinda,
Okay, Mr.
So-
Rogers?
going back to the ending fund balance on it, you said y'all cut expenses and you're thinking you're gonna have around $50,000 left at the end of the year. Yes?
Yes.
Okay, because I'm not seeing it. That's just I'm still uncomfortable with it because I don't. So if if it is a cash flow problem for Little Rock Prep at the end of the year, then Exalt will give them another loan that they'll have to pay back.
No, Exalt's never had any other loan outstanding, and there are no loans at the state that the commissioner hasn't approved. It's that are long-term loans. I mean, it's not like there are different sources of income and expense kind of flowing in and out of the school. Things are approved and they're handled in the way
Yeah, I mean, I understand it, but I guess what I'm asking is, what if I'm right and it's negative $70,000 at the end of the year?
There are different ways in which Exalt has supported the school when the school has needs, and we feel that that's been very helpful and important to the school's ability to grow and be successful. So an example of that is that we made a $90,000 grant to the school last fiscal year to support the school, and it was general operating support. It was an unrestricted grant. So that's an example of the kind of support that Exalt's provided.
How many grants has Exalt given to Little Rock Prep over the years?
I believe
And how much?
It's either 3 or 4, excuse me, over the last 4 years.
And
The first grants were in 2011. There were 2 grants. One was $50,000. The other was $60,000. There was another grant in 2013, and then a grant in 2014.
So you said 2013 and 2014. So Little Rock Prep has already been having to operate with grants from Exalt to remain fiscally solvent.
So I think it's different to say that Exalt's awarding grants to the school to support its growth and operations than to say that Exalt's keeping the school fiscally solvent by doing that. During that time, the school has grown from 85 students to 430 students, K through 8. The school has become a much larger, much stronger institution.
Then why has Exalt granted them money for the past 2 fiscal years?
Because there are expenses associated with facilities relocations, with growth and enrollment, and with the different factors that go into managing that kind of development of the institution.
So you're saying there were one-time expenses that Exalt granted money to Little Rock Prep to take care of?
We expect that Little Rock Prep can operate at static state in a very effective way, and we have a plan for doing that. We have an operating budget that we're executing against. One of the challenges this year that we went through is that at the start of the year, we were being funded on our first 3 quarters ADM for last year, which was about 350 students. And our actual ADM this year is 410 students through the end of the first semester. We received a first growth funding payment of $157,000 in January, and we're actually scheduled, or we've been led to believe that there's another potentially $100,000 payment or more that the state will make because of the difference in ADM. If you look at our operating budget and you look at the difference in those growth funding payments coming in to reflect current year ADM, Little Rock Prep will be in a very good position at the end of this year.
I'm going to redirect us. Our meeting today is to discuss priority status. And so I'm going to redirect, and we can take up the financial issues probably in the office. If you'll come and work with Mr. Rogers, I'm sure that we can get those resolved. Ms. Barnes, I'm going to come back to you. Do you have questions about the priority status?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Good morning. Again, thank you all for being here. I was just kind of holding on. But I primarily wanted to ask a question, and I appreciate the presentation and looking at growth. I do recognize that on your ESEA status, you are year one. You met year one because of the 2015. However, as most of us know, the AMOs for 2015, because it was a one-year park, are substantially low. And so I guess my question, more than anything, is prior to 2015, where you have met AMOs all the way across the board, because I see that you're tested, expected, both last year and this year, basically, you know, your students are coming to school, students are being tested. So you're above 95% attendance, you're above 95% in testing. However, last year, at the school, no targets were met. And so there's a stark contrast between last year and this year. And I understand, again, well, I shouldn't say this year, in the 14-15 assessments. So can you kind of help me understand or visualize what this is looking like? I did appreciate the interactions and the conversation, so I know that you're very in tune with doing needs assessments and self-analysis, and I heard Dr. Tony talk about the relationship and how on board the staff and everyone is. My major question and concern just has to do with sustainability. And the reason I say that is because the targets are going to change and the AMOs will change. And so when it was stabilized, and I do again echo sincere concern for the loss, not only for her family but for those impacted. But no targets were met previous year. This year, all targets are met. And because of this particular 2015 status, you are a year one priority school and you met your year one targets. Can you tell me what it looks like moving forward to try to sustain that, because that is what we're here talking about, is the priority status, and whether or not you see a trajectory of continuing to accomplish great gains.
I actually think that's the question that we're asking in our board monthly meetings, and as a team that we're asking is exactly that question. And I also want to mention that cuts at the heart of something that I think has been very apparent in the hearings yesterday and today with schools like ours that are serving low-income populations, generally coming in at low performance levels. So it's not just about growth and achievement, it's about growth towards a standard, and are we making adequate growth towards that standard? What we have been able to demonstrate through the independent report that Dr. McKenzie presented, and we see this in the priority school report that I shared with you, this 63-page narrative in the sections of that report, is that each year in the 3 years that we've implemented the NWA MAPS as our fall and spring assessment, we've really focused on increasing growth and making sure that growth is more and more widespread across our students. And what we've seen is we've gone from, in some cases, less than 50% of classes of students in each subject making the kind of growth they need to make 3 years ago, to 100% of our students, every grade level in each subject that's tested, making stronger than expected growth. And that's taken a process of continuous improvement. We've made adjustments in curriculum and instruction every year to try and make those gains. So where is that taking us? We think we're making strong, widespread growth that meets and exceeds expectations. Here's the challenge. The challenge is that when we look at the proficiency levels in the state, an approximation of scaffolding the park to the map. The map, at the 65th national percentile, is approximately meets expectations on the park. It's about the 65th. Our students are coming in at the 33rd percentile or lower. And so we're making more than expected annual gains with them, but it's going to take time to get our students to and above the 65th percentile. That's much higher than where they're starting. And so I think what you're seeing in the increase in our proficiency rates is that we are moving our students there, and we're going to see over time more and more students score at or above proficient. But that gap is so large, it's taking time to move them there. The one other thing I want to say is that mobility is really then the Achilles heel. Because if we're losing a lot of our kids every year, and the progress we're making with them walks out the door when they walk out the door, then we never get to proficient. So if you have a high mobility population and you can't increase retention rates, you don't have the means to ever get to the proficient standard at the level of other schools in the state. And that's the thing we're trying to fix right now. We're taking a hard look at every factor of student mobility. We look at early checkouts. We look at tardiness. We look at average daily attendance. We're looking at chronic attendance issues. We're looking at chronic tardiness issues. We're looking at ways of increasing the daily engagement of our students, their timeliness, and also increasing their retention when they tend to leave at different points in the year, in the mid-year, at the end of the year. And we're working very closely with our families with a lot of tenacity to try and get our retention rates and our engagement rates as high as we can. That will ultimately determine if we're able to achieve our mission, quite honestly, and that's what you're asking.
Yes. Thank you.
Dr. Kocher.
Madam Chair, I'm just, after hearing this wonderful testimony from this team, I'm wondering, since this is a priority hearing, if no action is to be taken, that we allow the mechanisms that we have already in place, then a motion would not be necessary, or would there need to be a motion to act? Well, you see where this is going, Ms. Davis.
That's a segue to Ms. Davis.
You would actually need to make a motion that you take no action.
Are there any other questions or comments? I'll wrap us up. I did also get to make a visit to the school and was very impressed with the work that you're doing. I have just a couple of quick questions, and I know your voice is about to go. What are you seeing, because you have an elementary now, are you seeing that students are coming from your elementary into your middle school, and are they behind? That's my first question. And are they coming from the elementary? Those two questions.
The timeline in how our primary school developed has been a little different than the middle school. We started the primary school in the school's third year of operation. We started it at the original site. I was talking about at 12th and Schiller. Then we relocated it to Trinity Episcopal Cathedral, to the former private school facilities there. They've been a wonderful landlord and partner to us. We have 330 students at the primary school today in grades K through 5. So what we're seeing at the primary school is both exciting, both concerning. So I'll explain why it's exciting. What's exciting about it is that we're located in good facilities. We have a gymnasium. You know, you were there, you know. But our retention rates have really increased substantially in our primary school. Typically, from the beginning to the end of each year, we have upwards of 20% of our students exit our program. Some students will exit and then come back, but it's typically been over 20%. At our primary school this year, we were actually at below 10% at semester, and we think we're going to finish the year at below 10%. We were at about 5% and trending towards less than 10%. So if we can cut in half our student exit rates in the primary school with the value of good facilities, that's really a critical breakthrough for us in the issue I was talking about earlier. The challenge we've had in the primary school is that a lot of our students are coming in without strong behavioral norms established in the home, quite honestly. There's a lot of reinforcement that's going on, a lot of structure in the classroom, structure in passing periods, out in the recess, on the playing field, in the cafeteria. There's just a lot of time and energy being spent on teaching our students basic behavioral and etiquette skills that they haven't learned before they come to us. And we don't want to blame that on anybody. That's not an issue to blame. It's just the reality of our students' upbringing. And so we're spending so much time and energy on getting those basic social norms in place that what we're finding is that our students get to a level where they now have the capacity to really engage in learning and grow academically, but it takes time. And so I think our primary school growth has not been as good as our middle school growth. And that's because we're doing a lot of that basic blocking and tackling that precedes the kind of achievement gains that we need to get.
I think that's going to be important conversations moving forward because other charter schools are going to be asking themselves the same question. Should we add an elementary to our middle school? And serving a high needs population is not an easy task, as all traditional public schools have known all along. Any additional questions or comments? If not, I will accept a motion.
I'd like to make a motion.
Ms. Davis, any additional? Okay.
I'm sorry, could I ask a question?
Sure.
I just want to make sure I'm considering the correct information. And this hearing is pursuant to, what is it, 623-105? And according to A2, we're supposed to consider whether the charter failed to satisfy generally accepted accounting standards of fiscal management.
They're under review today for academic,
Only at,
for priority status.
Madam Chair, I think I can help. So when I wrote the agenda item out, I copied the language from the statute.
okay.
But the school was only prepared and told by us to prepare only for academic reasons.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Dr. Gotcher?
I'd like to make a motion that no action be taken at this time, but with continued monitoring by our school improvement unit.
Second.
A motion has been made by Dr. Gotcher and seconded by Ms. Barnes to take no action at this time with continued monitoring by ADE staff. Any discussion?
Yes, I would like to see the annual review similar to the one we did on the previous action, to have one for this entity as well.
Be a little more specific.
Well, we did with the, for next January, to have the internal report prepared where we could just check on progress that they're making academically and financially.
Internally.
We had prepared internally and then review it as the authorizing panel.
In a public setting.
Yes, ma'am.
But is that already being done through the school improvement process? We could be hearing quarterly reports as well. Am I correct?
Yes, they're coming to the state board quarterly. The state board is reviewing those quarterly.
For me, I think that's more than sufficient for, unless there's something more specific, Dr. Saunders.
No, that's fine.
Because I agree that monitoring needs to continue, but I believe quarterly is, for my chair, is more than enough.
Well, and won't they be back for a renewal of application next year anyway? Wasn't there?
Yes.
I mean, so they're,
That's correct.
okay, so we'll see you next year.
All right. Any other discussion? We have a motion and a second for no action with continued monitoring by the department. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, then motion has passed, and if you'll give us just a moment, we'll give you our statements of reason.
Thank you all for your time.
I can't even know what I want to say.
Mr. Lindquist, as they're finishing up on their reasons, I would just encourage you to get with Mr. Rogers and work through all of the financial questions. And I think today I've heard several offers of assistance, and I would encourage you to take them up on that. Ms.
take
Barnes?
Support we can get. And
Ms.
Mr.
Barnes?
Rogers will be in touch.
Ms. Barnes, when you're ready.
Yes, I voted in favor of the motion to take no action at this time. The charter is already in a process, or in the processes of school improvement planning and receiving consistent reviews. Sustainability has yet to be determined. However, given the need for time in the process, I felt it was appropriate at this time.
Dr. Gocher?
I also voted for the motion to take no action. I feel that Little Rock Prep Academy is a thriving institution with internal and external accountability measures to ensure high student achievement and teacher effectiveness, and just continue to encourage them to work closely with the Department of Ed School Improvement Unit.
Mr. Lester?
I voted for the motion also. Data indicates growth, and I'm impressed with the mission and purpose of the charter. I encourage the charter to work with the Federal Programs Unit to plan for a Title I school-wide program.
Ms. Lee Wu?
I voted for. The data shows that there is student growth, and I think the charter just needs additional time to continue to improve or show additional success.
Ms. Pfeffer?
I voted in favor of the motion. The charter has leadership committed to their work and a strong application with goals. The support from the ADE will provide the opportunity to address academic and fiscal issues.
Mr. Rogers?
I voted for the motion to give Little Rock Prep the opportunity to continue to grow student improvement with intensive help from ADE.
Dr. Saunders?
I voted in favor to allow the school improvement unit to monitor and continue to assist.
Ms. Smith?
I voted in favor. Stated AMOs were met for the first year and confident that the school improvement team and school will continue to work together based on the testimony from the ADE and school improvement unit.
Congratulations. Another year of work. I would say what an excellent job you did in your documentation, and it's so easy for us when it's well written, and it's also a really good model for students. So we appreciate good writing. Thank you.
Thank you.
This committee will recess for lunch, and we'll be back in 35 minutes. If everyone's ready to begin.
Okay, if you're called in, if you would please turn your computer down because we'll get a reverb or feedback. Also, you will be asked, when it's time, you'll be asked to be sworn in. You're back. I'm glad you came back.
Get Mr. Rogers up here. Ms. Boyd, you're recognized for action item 3.
Thank you, Madam Chair. District Conversion Public Charter School Priority Status Hearing for Blytheville High School, a new tech school. The State Board of Education approved the application for Blytheville High School, a new tech school on January 14, 2013. The charter is approved to serve students in grades 9 through 12 with a maximum enrollment of 1,000. The charter authorizing panel will consider the possibility of acting on Blytheville New Tech District Conversion Charter pursuant Arkansas Code annotated 623-105 regarding an alleged failure to meet academic or physical performance criteria deemed irrelevant for the public charter school by the authorizer. Representatives of Blytheville New Tech are here today to make a presentation and answer questions. Possible actions to be taken by the charter authorizing panel include modification, probation, and or revocation of the charter. And to clarify, they're prepared to be here for academic reasons, not the financial reasons. Do you guys need to be reminded of the procedures?
We'll have 20 minutes for the ADE staff and 20 minutes for the charter school.
That's correct. And then you guys go straight into questions and answers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All representatives from Blytheville High School, a new tech school, and anyone from the ADE staff that will be speaking, if you'll stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Ms. Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Blytheville High School, a new tech school, was first authorized by the State Board of Education to operate in January of 2013 to serve grades 9 through 12. In September of 2015, the charter appeared before the State Board of Education to report on its progress in regards to their 2014 academic distress designation. Recently, the school has been classified as a priority school. The contract is scheduled to expire in June of 2018. From my visits to the campus, it appears the school personnel continually seek out strategies and interventions that work best for their students, both academically and socially. Director Terrence Spears works diligently to collaborate with staff to fulfill the needs of the students. I'll defer the rest of my time to Dr. Tony.
Some of what you will hear for the Blytheville schools and the Osceola schools will be rather redundant. I was at both schools yesterday, and upon arriving back at my home in Conway, I told my wife, I said, I always thoroughly enjoy going to those schools because I learn some stuff. But Blytheville first. Blytheville High School in the 2012-13 year was a focus school. Then last year, which would have been fall of 14, they were designated as an academic distress school, so we started serving them as a priority school. Technically speaking, this is their first year as being designated as an official priority school. Even though the services were there last year, they were until the designation was made, they were still working under the focus school rules. In working with the district really and the school in particular, the recommendations coming out of the academic distress committee, all of those recommendations have been thoroughly and almost enthusiastically engaged by the district. The district has decided to fully engage in the solution to those recommendations at a K-12 level. They recognize that some of the stuff that the high school was dealing with was a system-wide solution, and they have been fully engaged at the campus as well as throughout the district in all 4 of their campuses, K through 12. There is buy-in and alignment. Yesterday when I was in the district, as it turned out, we talked to all 4 campuses. They're all on the same page there, along with their district leadership. Again, the district in a K-12 model has embraced the school improvement process and their responsibility to their kids, as Dr. Wild and I visited this morning, as well as any district in the state. They are fully engaged from the superintendent school board level all the way down through K-12 in their campuses. Due to this thorough, full engagement, we in our office are especially interested in seeing the results to our best ability. We have advised and coached, and they have advised and coached us on best practices. So the idea that we've got a school that's fully engaged, a district that's fully engaged in their improvement process, they're fully accepting of their circumstance and their responsibility to their students. We are waiting with bated breath for these best practices to start to result in improved student achievement as measured by our test scores. We obviously know that we've been in a transition among tests for the last couple of years, so it's kind of hard to make some comparisons. But we are looking forward to seeing some of those results based on the district's engagement in best practices.
Thank you, Dr. Tony. Ms. Boyd?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For this item, I believe we have 2 people. Is that right? 2 people on the conference call. Yeah, we have 2 people on conference call to answer questions, just so you're aware of that. And then to start the presentation, we'll have Terrence Spears, who's the director of the charter school.
Thank you. And I failed. Did I already did that? Okay. Just checking myself. All right, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson and committee. Thanks for having us today. Excuse me, panel. Thank you for having us today. We're excited to tell our story. And as Ms. Boyd said, we have 2 on the call in, one being Mr. Ashley, who had the flu, and we're thankful he didn't come share with all of you. And so he's available for questions. He is the principal. The other one being Dr. Kristen Suella, who is with the New Tech Network and is happy to answer questions concerning our progress and our process. As I begin today, I just want to tell you, Dr. Tony's so excellently outlined, what we're doing at Blytheville High School is not a standalone thing. That's the beauty of a district conversion charter. We're part of an incredible district who is behind what we are doing and so bought into what needs to happen that a systemic approach has been taken. We're shifting learning, teaching, relationships, the whole 9 yards, K-12, because frankly, kids don't show up in 9th grade on a 3rd grade reading level just all of a sudden. It's a system-wide issue that has to be addressed, and that has been taken as a district, and so we have a lot of support in that way. Our mission to create students who will thrive in a post-secondary environment with the knowledge, skills, and attributes they need to be successful, we hold near and dear. As we look at how we engage students, how we challenge students, how we connect students, it's imperative that we keep that mission central for everything that we do. I'll tell you, our story doesn't just start here. We didn't come do this, we didn't engage in the charter process because all of a sudden we were priority or all of a sudden we were focused. We engaged in the process because we knew we needed to put graduates out of Blytheville High School who weren't just graduates, but who could meet that mission and thrive in our community. We looked around, there were 600 plus jobs open in our community in a time where there weren't jobs available. That said, to us, we need to improve the graduates we're putting out of our high school. So we began to engage in this process and felt what we saw in new tech schools, not just in Arkansas, but around the nation. We made those tours, gave us, quite frankly, a process that we could employ that would help us in improving what we wanted to see with our students. So what we hope to show you today in our painted picture is a picture of students who own themselves. They're self-possessed, owners of their learning. And if you know very much about the Delta and poverty, that's a big statement when you talk about students who are agents of their own learning and who engage in learning, period. So I could stand and say a lot, but what we have is a video made by our students. They wanted to share with you what they think about our school. So.
BHS has adopted 5 school-wide learning outcomes, the first of which is thinking and knowledge, but the others are around skills that students need to be successful, which include written communication, oral communication, collaborating with others, and agency.
This idea of agency, which in essence just talks about teaching the students to be owners of their learning and to be prepared for life by recognizing that life is full of challenge and that we have to be willing to grapple with problems and with struggles and to learn how to grow from setbacks and to seek feedback and work with others.
And just the exposure to technology and those platforms that we use in the class every day has been, I think, the biggest help by far. Kids now go check Echo, see what their grade is, and then when they send the emails, they'll say, why did I score this on this, rather than just, why is my grade a C, or whatever.
Students are more authentically engaged. They are engaging in critical thinking.
We seem to understand some concepts better since we give it a real life reason, like, why do I have to know math? Well, this is why you need to know it.
I have learned to do research that it takes for the work that we're doing, what's required, and speaking in front of others.
I'm taking more responsibility and doing my work and
improve personally on working together as a group and learning how to manage technology and time better.
You know, the technology design application. There's a lot of stuff I know how to do.
Where are you ever going to go for the rest of your life in any job you're ever going to have that you don't have to collaborate with your fellow employees or your boss or you're someone's boss? You still have to collaborate and still have to have a cohesive team to get anything done. And the students are learning firsthand that this is what the project looks like when we don't work well together or we don't set aside our differences to get things done. And look what it looks like when we actually do that.
I think the most significant way that student learning has changed is in who drives the learning. I think previously learning was driven primarily by the teachers and curriculum. I think what we experience now is learning is driven by students and by the natural curiosity or inquiry that they have.
So I'm seeing a lot of perseverance.
What I had to do in school would be easy for you to adapt outside of school.
The world's becoming more technology-based, and even if I don't have like a technology-based career, you'll still have to use technology for it, so it's helping.
Projects that they're doing. I mean, they get excited about them. It's not like I have to study for a test or I have to do this worksheet. They get into the projects and they kind of, their creativity is, I don't expect it, you know. Her and her friends get together and we're going to do this and we're going to do that, and they come up with some really cool things.
Locally in one business, a student that comes from BHS is now working in a local business, and she's taught them how to make tags and do all kinds of really neat, computer things to help, with their business financially and just help it to soar and look, more professional. So it is proof that the learning is there and the students are learning from it.
I really see a lot of innovation in a sense that the kids are allowed to be more of themselves with the new tech program.
I do think it's preparing my child for life after high school. She will be more prepared because she went to a new tech school, because she's learned a lot of online things to do, or new tech style type work ethics. I think so.
Learning how to go out and find things on her own and not be spoon-fed information necessarily. There's a lot more of things she has to do from her end when she's doing her assignment. There have been times when I didn't, when they, sometimes she gets it put into a group that maybe she doesn't click well with, or some don't pull their weight and she has to do more work. But I mean, really, she's going to run into that in the real world anyway.
Well, Bible High School participates in our student voice meetings, and I'm always impressed at how much enthusiasm the students have for changing the culture of their school. And I know that they're trying this new project-based learning, and every time I'm there, I'm impressed with the faculty and with the students and just with the overall atmosphere at the school.
And what they gathered information-wise to put together under the direction of their instructor. As we move today, we just discussed we have far more information than we have time, so we have high points that we want to share with you as we talk about how we are meeting the legislative intent of the charter. The key thing for us when we look at improving student learning, which is the topic of our conversation today, our literacy and comprehension skills and our math skills, we are tracking the skill level through Renaissance Learning and STAR assessment, and we're trending positively each year. In the last 2 years, we've made at least a year growth plus a little more, and obviously you should make at least a year growth, but every month on top of that we can add, we're making up for deficits. We're on track this year to grow 1.3 with our students, which is huge when you start talking about what students are able to do, because as they come closer to reading on grade level, they do better in math. They do better in every content area as a result of that. Our ACT composite scores continue to trend upward. Our school-wide learning outcomes, we have 5. Those were mentioned in the video just now. Thinking and knowledge is that content knowledge, and that is key. In a project learning environment, that's the number one question. How do you know where every student is? We're fastidious with this. We have common assessments. We have individual assessments of thinking and knowledge. The STAR data, all of that triangulated together, we know where every single student is, and we can track them. We intervene. We'll talk about that in a minute. We intervene for them on their level, and that's a really big thing when you start talking about how it is that we go about improving student learning. But that only tells one story, one facet for students. We're talking about preparing them for life outside of high school. They need to be able to do what I'm doing today, stand in front of people and speak coherently and make a point well. They need to be able to write it. Ms. Kaufman spoke of that earlier, appreciating good written communication. They need to be able to do that and to collaborate. Heaven knows the teacher spoke of it in the video. There's not a job where you don't need to collaborate in some form or fashion, and that will only continue to grow as the landscape continues to change in the world. Agency is that notion. It's twofold: a growth mindset that says I face setbacks, that's okay, I'm going to get up, I'm going to keep going. That means that I can grow myself, I own my learning, and then I take responsibility for who I am. We have rubrics for all of these. When you talk about how do you measure these things, they sound very subjective. We have rubrics that we measure. They're calibrated by grade level. When we start talking about those things with thinking and knowledge, rubrics as well. Our engagement continues to increase, as evidenced by the number of office referrals going down, the number of out-of-school suspensions going down. Attendance has improved. Those are hard and fast indicators that students are more engaged and are staying in class and staying engaged when they are in class. Our graduation, despite a bobble last year, which we have the data to talk about, continues to trend positively, and we're excited for that continuation. When you talk about increased learning opportunities with special emphasis on students who are identified as low achieving, we have a terrific support and robust special education program that supports our students on that lower tier. But then there are students right above that who are not identified in that level, and they come to us on a 4th to 6th grade reading level. In the 9th grade, they're placed in critical reading classes, where all we do in that, using that good content coming out of the State Department, those frameworks, for bolstering those skills and bringing those students onto grade level. I mentioned this earlier, but we have that targeted intervention within, and the beauty is because we have integrated classes, it's not just intervention in English, it's English and history integrated together, so they're getting that assistance in that environment as well. We at the high school level have drop everything and read. Every day our kids read for 15 minutes. The statistics are in the report that I shared. It's incredible. The amount of time that our kids are spending reading and their comprehension is improving. Drop everything and divide, that's dead. We don't tell them to drop dead, but they drop everything and divide. And that is pure skills, math skills. Every day these kids are practicing 15 minutes. A new focus that emerged for us was the writing deficit that continues to appear on our common assessments. We've taken that on as a focus area and then gotten to the heart of it that children have a fear. A lot of our students have a fear of writing because they've not done it well. So the best way to do that is put it in a non-threatening environment and just let them write. One of our counselors had that idea and it was brilliant, and it's taken off in our elective classes, free writing for 10 to 15 minutes a week in those classes. In addition, we have Jobs for America's graduates, and that targets that at-risk population and those kids. It focuses on giving them job-ready skills, placing them out there, teaching them how to interview well and go out and get jobs. And we have, I believe it's 42 students in those programs working. When we talk about encouraging innovative teaching methods, I mentioned project-based learning with integrated course offerings. That shift in pedagogy represents more than just, oh, all of a sudden we're doing projects. That means all of a sudden we go from sitting in rows and students sitting and getting to students collaborating, working together to solve problems that make sense to them, so their learning is contextualized in a relevant way. Technology, we're one-to-one. Our students all have Chromebooks, and I can't tell you what an incredible thing it is that in the last 3 years, we've only lost 5, maybe 6 of them. That's incredible because they take them home. They're proud of them. They take care of them. They demonstrate great responsibility. We have a learning management system as part of our work with New Tech. It's called Echo. It operates just like Blackboard or anything like that does, but the beautiful thing about that is parents see everything. They see everything submitted, they see everything returned, and it has proven to be a great question answerer for parents as well, and the students, again, demonstrating agency with that. Measuring effectively, Dr. Tony mentioned our work with the State Department, but as we begin to dig into common assessments and how we measure students in an ongoing fashion, this is a key part for us, because it doesn't matter what you do if it's not effective, and you have to know what thing you're doing is effective so you can, sustain yourself. So we are keen on that and continue to do that. And then the classroom physical space is an extension of the learning. We want students to collaborate together. There are tables in classrooms and chairs, and the students collaborate and work together. We view the classroom as a physical extension of the learning expectation that we have for them. Creating new learning for our teachers is a huge piece, and I just want to say our teachers own this. It would not work if this process was owned only by Taryn, because if something happens and Taryn goes away, the process goes with Taryn. So it has to be owned by the teachers. And when we started this, it started with teacher leadership, and it continues with teacher leadership. Right now we have 7 lead teachers who sit over content, 4 of them over content and 3 of them over grade level 9, 10, and 11, 12. And then within each of their PLCs, they have leadership structures that other teachers can get involved in that, and we have a process for continuing to involve those teachers. That ongoing professional learning is key. We also, Mr. Ashley and his team have done a marvelous job with tests and with giving those teachers solid feedback and opportunity to grow. And it's not just with their formal and informal observations, but we have a rotation cycle of just observation and feedback where we go in and say, hey, I'm seeing this, let's do this next week, I'm coming back to see that. Targeted, specific, and measurable week to week. And honestly, it's pretty cool because teachers crave that. It's kind of a generational thing. The ones who are craving that and asking, and you're not in my classroom enough, I have a peer come in and observe. We had a conference last week with a second-year teacher who said, I need more people in my room all the time, I've got to get better. So it's that kind of thing that we're seeing with our teachers and giving them ongoing support. And as well with New Tech Network, there's just a bevy of resources with online opportunities for learning through a badging process, through convenings, and just a host of other opportunities. As far as providing parents and pupils with expanded choices, we've talked about what our program looks like and what goes on, but we also have blended concurrent credit AP courses that we offer in conjunction with our community college. You all worked in school and you know AP is important because of the 5 points. So maintaining that's important, but you also know that colleges are not really so much accepting that anymore. It's a downward trend. So how do you guarantee that students get college credit? Pair it with a college course. And so Arkansas Northeastern College has been incredible and provided this for our students. They have the opportunity to graduate with 24 college credits. We have 8 of those concurrent credit classes. We have a full range, 9 AP classes, 8 pre-AP classes. The Technical Center, all of the certifications, I won't read all that, it's all in the material. Internship opportunities in multiple places. We have also, thanks to the waiver, an on-staff career counselor who is doing a marvelous job and giving our other counselors, freeing them up to do what it is that they do best as they track students and get in there and work with them. She also is working with students, and I just want to share this with you. We have 172 seniors this year. 140 of them have applied and been accepted to college. That's incredible, and that's a big celebration for us, not only that that's happened, but that we know and that we're able to track that. We have 20 students of our top crew who has reported back to us so far, as of yesterday, February 17th, $692,050 in scholarships already been offered to 20 of those students. 7 of our boys have been signed on football scholarships. 1 of them headed to a Division I school only because, not just because he was athletic enough, but because of his academic standing. So incredible opportunities. And our college preparatory academy is working to prepare students to not only be on college campuses to see all that, but working with them on their ACT scores. And on average, they're coming up 1 composite point, which is a really big deal when you start looking at that. And then finally, accountability. Ooh, I went too fast. As Dr. Tony says, we have graciously and excitedly worked with the department and with the school improvement unit because we know we need to improve. We own that, and we want to do all we can to be a system that works. So we're very well aware of that. When they talk about innovation, how is it that you can remain innovative despite the scores not being where you want them to be? The main thing is to keep the main thing the main thing. Keep that mission central. What is it that we want that ideal graduate to look like going out the door? And we work and throw our weight behind that entirely. They have to be aware, eligible, and prepared, so that means we got to give them the knowledge that they need. They need to have those soft skills, and they need to be able to have a character that will take them and keep them anywhere they go. They also have to own their learning and own that they may not know everything and be willing to have that mindset that says, I'm going to do that. Also, remaining data-driven. Y'all, this is central to what we're doing. It's all about the data. What's it saying? Where is it trending? Where do we need to improve? As I said earlier, you don't know where to go if you don't know what you're doing that's working or not working. So the data is key to us. Recruiting and retaining excellent educators. This is important. We don't shy away from the fact that we have a turnover issue in our district, and this is at large. It's one of our academic distress recommendations. We are working, and in fact, empowered. Just last week, we had one of our teachers, one of our brand new teachers, come and say, I got some ideas for retention. She's putting together a first-year teacher retention committee, made of first-year, second-year teachers, geared at how it is that we support, how it is that we can retain. That's a really big deal when you start empowering those to do that and give that weird institutional knowledge, like when can you go to the bathroom? So it's those kinds of things that they're really focusing on, all the way up to how do you support a new teacher in the classroom instructionally. Also, shifting the focus of the system. We touched on this, and we would be glad to talk about it for 3 hours probably, but we are doing this. We believe in this because you can't just change one part of the system and expect it to improve if the rest of the system does not work and does not shift. So we believe in that, and we're future facing. We just believe, and we know that what we're doing is going to pay off, and we continue to connect in the community and believe those results will reap reward. Sorry. Wow. Okay, so I just got told our 20 minutes is Sorry.
Do you want to just, you have a few more, just a little bit more to finish up?
I would love to, Madam Chair, if it's okay, I would love for Mr. Atwell just to close with a story, a couple of student stories, just something to round out a picture of where we are.
Thank you.
I'm Richard Atwell. I'm superintendent of Blytheville Schools. There was a lot more information. I'm sure we'll get to those in the questions because we may not have touched on something that you want to know about. But I was standing outside in the foyer earlier today, and I was told about we have a student voice initiative in Blytheville with Arkansas Leadership Academy. My oldest daughter, who graduated last year from Blytheville, is a part of that, and we have some students at the high school that are a part of that. And one of the young men, they were Skyping the writer of the book that they're studying, and one of our young men named John said, "I was the kid that was headed down the wrong path. I started getting in trouble. I was getting in trouble, but the things that are going on at the high school and this student voice initiative, I've turned my life around, and this is what I want to do. This is how I want to lead." And the author of the book told him, said, "Young man, in 100 words or less, I want you to email that to me. That's going in my next book." My youngest son is graduating this year, and his mother and I were always concerned about his ability to be prepared for work each day, because getting up and going to bed and feeding himself and finding clothes, we were concerned. We were really concerned about him being appropriately ready for college, because he's a brilliant child. He's just out there. So I said to him one day right before Christmas, I said, "Cody, we need to sit down and start applying for colleges." He said, "Pop, I've already been accepted to Arkansas State." I said, "You're just going to apply to one?" He said, "No, sir. I found out in January," which we found out in January, he's been accepted to the University of Arkansas. And what I'm saying is, he took it upon himself. He was responsible for his learning. He was responsible for his future, and he learned that at Blytheville High School. He learned that at Blytheville High School. So those are examples, my son being one of them, of the process in our school system. It's not just at Blytheville High School, although that's what we're here for. We realized we had to change the adult learning in our system in order for the student learning to take place, the cultural change to take place. We believe heavily in defined autonomy. The schools can use the techniques and things that they have as outlined in our 45-day plans, and we have one for each school. 2 schools aren't required to have it, but all 4 of our schools have those 45-day plans, because as Ms. Spears and Dr. Tony have said, that is a necessary part of systemic change. So at this point, I guess we'll entertain questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent presentation, and once again, excellent writing in your report. Thank you. We do appreciate that. And you're right, it's a great place to tell your story. Just remember, it's recorded, and for all those people that didn't join in to watch us live streaming, you can send that recording to them, and I'm sure patrons in the community, some would want to see it, because it really does tell your story. Questions? Who's ready? Ms. Pfeffer.
I don't know if I have a question as much as just a couple of comments. First of all, I don't always hear the positives about our teacher excellence support system, but I really appreciate your articulation of exactly what it needs to be. And I am going to go on record and say I do want to come and visit so that I can talk to your principals, who I know are doing that very hard work, but that feedback and support to teachers is going to be as much of a retention tool as anything else we do. And then the second thing that I got really excited about is in talking about the retention, you've got a first-year teacher that feels empowered to come and talk to administration and say, hey, I have some ideas. And I don't think that first-year teachers always even think that's possible. So I think that does speak to your culture. And so those are just two things I wanted to say, really are impressive to me, and I think a positive.
A comment I would like to make on the test issue. We found significant worth in the process when it's done with integrity. And the problem we have is, like any other school district, is time for our administrators to actually get in there, do a good job, and give that quality feedback in an effective short amount of time. So we implemented leadership team meetings where other people are taking care of, like, facilities or community and stakeholder involvement, and just the various things that are going on in schools. They have their subcommittees that come to this person that's on the leadership team. Now the principal has time to go out and be in those classrooms and then immediately give that feedback to those teachers through the test process.
Well, and I would very much appreciate being able to come in and get more knowledge and then possibly utilize the ideas that you all have done, because your people have the street credibility to share that information with others that, that they're not going to get from people who are not as directly involved. So, yeah, very exciting. So,
well, thank you. And I think, to just add on to what Mr. Atwell said, the intentionality with the team structure that frees up a principal to let somebody else put out a fire and let him or her be in a classroom is critical. And then empowering principals who feel like they don't have content knowledge to give good feedback to teachers still. That's been a really critical element for us in that process as well. Thank you.
Dr. Gocher. Dr. Gocher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Atwell, I think that's powerful because most principals want to be instructional leaders. And through experience from many on this panel, some days you are strictly a manager. You're putting out the fires, as Ms. Spears said. So making that time is powerful. And I wanted to segue. I know Mr. Lester had a question, but mine was on the leadership team. I scanned through my notes one more time and didn't see it, so I'll allow you guys to jump in. I may have overlooked. How often do you meet? And if I took a look at your agenda and meeting notes, and I read those, what would I read that would show me that you're addressing the priority status, the academic distress status that your school is in at this point?
Thank you for the question, and I do apologize for the omission in all of this. I can't believe that. We meet every week.
Every week. Well, I may have missed it. I may have missed it.
Yeah. The purpose behind that is not simply to meet, but to go about the business of improving our school. For so long, leadership teams were about going through, I got a list of things I want to run through. No, housekeeping. Leadership team time is learning time. We need to look at the data. We need to dig in. So to look at our minutes, you would find two things for sure. We are addressing the priority indicators. We do self-assessment on those priority indicators. That is first and foremost to see where we are, where we need to grow, and an honest look at that. And then secondarily, we are very big on protocol, and when we look at data, using a very low inference protocol wherein we don't make assumptions, we put the data on the table, and as a team we look at it and we say, what is the data saying to us? Where do we need to go from here? I would say historically, perhaps, in education, the point of entry has been, hey, here's a new strategy, let's try that. For us, it's the data. We start with the data, we analyze it, then we say, hey, what can we do in response to that? So you will see evidence of that cycle of inquiry in our leadership meeting minutes. And we're still learning. Honestly, we're still learning how to work that process well. But we have had powerful, I'm going to call them revelations, in those meetings, one of them being key around student writing. Obviously, they're not writing, but why? So digging down into that. And around observations, and I can keep going. Sorry.
And I would like to make one comment about, you talked about the instructional leadership of the principals in the schools. The district administration team, as a part of that defined autonomy, meets once or twice a month for principal growth time, and that's what we bring them in to administration, or we meet administration, we talk about the instructional process or whatever, and then they have peer observations. We go to one of their schools each month, and then they get feedback from other principals about their school. So it's about the whole process of our high school principal literally knowing what's going on in kindergarten.
That's great. May I follow up and just a word of encouragement? One of the things that I've heard off and on throughout my time here, many teachers feel such a lack of support, and whether that's intended or unintended, it occurs. And folks, I'm telling you, having a strong leadership team and then making time for those principals to be instructional leaders, you're going to have a very supportive staff. It'll reduce that turnover. Folks, I commend you for that. That's powerful information. Just make it sustain.
Oh, and a nice sidekick from that is teacher absences are down, as are student absences, because of the engagement of the students in the classroom on the content, and we found that out from a student survey.
Well done.
So I'm just going to keep adding on. So when we meet, what Mr. Atwell was talking about, we meet monthly with our principals for, just call it learning and growth time, where we come in, we've done book studies together, but we're looking at the problems they face, the support they need as principals. In effect, we're trying to model the model. What we do with them, we want them to go back and do with their teams and with their teachers in their building. But as we work with the principals, we work around things, Ms. Pfeffer, specifically about how is it that you go and observe and give feedback? What does that look like? How does that work with tests? How does that work in addition to tests? That's something it's huge for us, because as we learn to be, and we have a good cross-section of administrators who are used to being managers and trying to make that transition to instructional leaders. So we're just really looking to support them in that way to hopefully let that carry down to their teachers.
Mr. Lester.
Yes, being from the federal unit, I always take a look at the supplemental education services, and y'all are school-wide and have been for quite some time, have a high percentage of economically deprived kids. Looking at your website, it looks like you use a lot of your community partners in your tutoring. How is that? Is it being used at a,
Yes.
I see you've got a wide variety of times too.
Yes, and actually on that note, we've just had 2 additional community organizations come to the high school, gone through the background check and volunteer certification process, who have just started helping in our homework helpline and tutoring. So that's very much still alive and well. Ms. Cook, our curriculum director, wants to speak to that.
I'm Sally Cook. I'm the curriculum director. And yes, the tutoring from our community has been a pivotal piece for us. We have industries that have partnered with our district for our kindergarten through our 5th grade schools, both of the primary and the elementary school, that provides an after-school program and a summer program where we're getting additional hours in with students. We're focusing on literacy and math skills as a strong suit, but we're also bringing in science, because this company is a strong engineering background and they're helping with that engineering. They want us to get that science piece in. And so we're spending a lot of time with those children after school hours and during the summer. We also have other local groups that want to come in and partner with our schools, and they come in sometimes before or after school and then provide other things for our students. So there's a strong partnership there to provide that extra layer of support that our students need.
I see a wide variety of times too, which I commend you for 9 to 12 and 3 to 5, and so there's a wide variety of times the kids can get.
Yes, because we want to make sure we get every opportunity for them to have that extra time to learn.
Thank you.
Ms. Barnes.
Good afternoon. Wow. I'm trying to determine how, or the best way to articulate what my questions are. I appreciate all of the information, and I appreciate the presentation thus far. And I am, I guess I'm grappling with what to do when you don't know what to do. Because I'm looking at, if I just looked at a snapshot of the school and the various, you hit accountability quite quickly and moved on. So of course I say, well, dang, she's gonna put that on me, I suppose. To talk about 2012 focus, 2013 academic distress, 2014 academic distress, priority 2015. I guess my questions are centered around, I hear the kinds of things that work. And I heard Dr. Tony talk about the great work, and now you're looking at it as a systems approach, K-12, which I applaud because I think that's obviously something that you want to do. And you know, I guess my thing is, it sounds like we're doing all the right things. So then my question is just, you know, what do you attribute the consistent decline? And some of it is roller coaster. You know, I was looking at performance, but you know, math. I hear the strategies that you have in place. So I guess, I mean, you know, I'm trying to determine, have you pinpointed, because this hearing is about your, you know, your priority status, and I'm trying to embrace all of the things that you're doing to address these needs. And so I guess I'd like to know, have you pinpointed some things that you feel are surefire, effective measures? Pinpointed some things that we just blew it on that. I mean, you know, sure, we tried it, it didn't work. And because of that, this is what the result is. Can you kind of just give me that kind of information to help me with?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. Thank you for the question. I would say, in all transparency, we're in year 3 of a 5-year implementation process. So when we talk about righting the ship, I feel like we're on a good trajectory for doing so. The things we've talked about that we're doing, we have started doing. We need to continue doing those things. We have uncovered, can I say this? We have uncovered systemic issues that have landed us, Ms. Barnes, where we are in a great big way. And I'll let Ms. Cook speak to some of that, but just to be honest with it's being a process and knowing that we didn't get here essentially overnight. It's taking some time for us to right the ship and to move. And that's not saying all the people who came before weren't working hard and doing a good job. But as the dynamic of our district shifts, as the student population shifts, as we deal with different barriers and things that are facing us now that weren't facing the district 10 years ago, there are a lot of things for us to consider. But the big thing is in-house and the work we're doing there. I want Ms. Cook to speak to that.
One of the things that I think that we have learned to embrace is the process itself. We have found through working with the department and all of the different things that they have brought for us is that our biggest learning as adults is occurring in the process of digging in and examining where we are and how we got there. And as we've done that, there have been things that have come to light. We have found that there were gaps in our curriculum that we were not aware of because prior to that, the student population was as such that they just smoothed right past those gaps. They went on and they made those scores and things went ahead. We've had a lot of shift in personnel, and in that shift in personnel, we have not always been able to get back in and shore up some of those. We have completely started fresh. We have taken where we were, we've looked at what was working, we've kept that, and we're rebuilding from that, from the kindergarten up. And that, I think, is one of the most pivotal pieces, that we are truly spending that time together. We have instructional facilitators, that many of them that are new to the positions that where they are, and we're looking at the data. We're trying to find out what has worked. We're keeping those pieces, and we're finding out the areas where our students have lagged, and we're filling those things in so that we can make that change. It's going to take time. We didn't get here where we had in 1 or 2 years. Our students, as she said, didn't show up in 9th grade just because suddenly between 6th grade and 9th grade they fell off the wagon somewhere. This has been something that they've missed, some standard things that were pivotal early on. And we're seeing that now, and we're not letting those kids move forward. We're digging in with the extra tutoring, with the extra intervention. We've built in interventionists into every building. There are 2 to 3 interventionists in at every school now that are working to help that. So, and our teachers, all of our teachers are taking on that role of intervention. We've said to them, you are the first front for these kids. You are that first good, solid education. But when your students, as we look at our data, aren't where they need to be, we've built in time from kindergarten through 12th grade for them to go back and reteach the skills that certain groups within their classrooms are not getting, because we can't just teach and move forward. That's where the pre and post assessments, our common assessments, are really helping us, because we're able to track what children know what and what are the exact skills that they are missing, so we can go back and in small group time reteach those skills so that they don't move out of a grade missing those skills. And we're just in the throes of being able to say that we are really truly doing that this year. And so I think we're going to see good progress, but it is not going to happen this year only.
And Ms. Barnes, I want you to know they're killing me with all these extra people. As superintendent, the interventionists, I had to put my money where my mouth was, and if I wanted the students to improve, you know, we have 14.3% special ed students were over-identified, but then again, we've got those students who are right above that academically that need that extra scaffolding. So the interventionists, for me to hire somebody who doesn't have a teacher, they're not a teacher of record or have a class roster, is difficult as superintendent, because it's a money thing. But if you really want the children to achieve and arrive at high school, I know we're talking about high school, but we have to solve the problem before we get there.
Thank you, Mr. Atwill. I, you know, and of course, I know I had to address the elephant in the room, but you know, frankly, I was grappling with my verbiage, because I almost said, I hear the talk. Will you please show me the walk? That's actually what I was about to say, so I was glad to hear what you just said. You know, I've been reviewing the reports and looking at the fact that it has been a gradual thing, and so I recognize that you don't get in a rut overnight, but I also recognize the urgency, you know, with the children and the supports that are needed, you know, for the instructional personnel working with them. So, you know, I'm glad to hear the comprehensive approach, and I guess my number one thing is, however we move forward and you move forward, just make sure that we are implementing with fidelity, and as you have already stated, keep the main thing, because you can have a lot of people, but if we get, you know, and I understand why we have the people, so I'm just saying, I need us to find that turning point, because I know.
And I believe, Ms. Barnes, I believe we're actually at that turning point, and with the guidance that the department's given us through Dr. Tony and his crew, Dr. Wild, I mean, we're going to be back in front of you again.
Yes.
But eventually, we're going to get to where we don't see much of you guys. And we're at that turning point right now. If you look at I didn't get to talk about our scores, especially with the park and all. We have stopped the bloodletting. It's leveled off. We've shored up where we have our problems now at the high school, but we're fixing the high school from the bottom up.
If I may, I also want to add to that, Ms. Barnes, that there are, I think it's a whole group of things that are coming together. It's not just the academics. That is our priority. That remains our main priority. But for us, we decided that our kids were lagging, and we couldn't let them wallow in that lag. We had to continue to build that hope and growth in them around the whole person, So helping them to thrive in things like football and band and choir and drama, and bringing those things like student voice in, helping every teacher to understand that all adults, every single adult in our district is a learner, and that they're all continuing to move forward and that we're growing together as a system. I think all of that was important because we're looking at multiple measures on where we're succeeding. We can't look at just the scores. Now, we're continuing to always look at the scores. That's our baseline, and we know that's what gets us here. But we have to look at a lot of other things as well, and we didn't want to put all those things on hold because of the academic issues. We felt like if we don't move that forward, then we're going to lose our culture, we're going to lose our relationships, and we're going to lose our commitment. So we have been working these things simultaneously because we feel like it's important for our students to want to be in our district, for our parents to want to be there, for our teachers to want to be there and to work there. And so there's a sort of a wraparound approach to all of that.
Thank you.
Ms. Smith?
Okay, well, I just want to know real quick, Dr. Tony, when he started off, he said that the district has been nothing but enthusiastic with recommendations, and that was evident today as far as your enthusiasm presenting about your school and the pride that you have in your school. I have some specific questions. I mean, you've said all the right words for me as far as alignment and formative assessment and professional learning communities, data literacy. So specifically, I want to talk to you about, have you guys made a curriculum change in math? I know you said that you did alignment and that you found gaps. So was there a change in curriculum in some of those areas, specifically math, because that was an area that was...
At the lower grades, we are using TLI, but what we were finding is that as we did that, we had built units, and our teachers were teaching a unit. They would get to the end of the unit, and it didn't matter how many students had succeeded, they moved to the next. What we're doing to revamp is breaking them down into smaller units, smaller chunks that are more measurable, where we can measure in shorter periods of time. And then as we look at that and someone doesn't meet a goal, we're reteaching right then rather than moving forward. And that's where a lot of our gap came from as well. At the primary and elementary grades, because so many times you think, well, I taught that. What you have taught and what the children have learned are two different things, and we have to get our mindset around the fact that just because you've taught something, and if it was a 6-week unit, that's too long. You can't wait 6 weeks with our children to find out where those children are and how many of them know that. And we need to do 2 and 3 week increments, smaller times to go in so that we can actually dig back into, within that 2 weeks, as we do the pre-assessment, we already know now what are the skills that they're going to struggle with, and we can do some front loading right there so that it makes it a little bit easier as they move forward. So it's not as much a shift in what we're teaching, but how on the math end.
Okay, so specifically, what kind of instructional resources are our teachers being able to use in the classroom? I realize you're probably using TLI to do your pacing guide for instruction in math. So what type of instructional resources are we using to support our teachers, K-12?
Okay, I'll speak to the high school. I'm going to let her come back to the elementary piece. But with respect to support in the high school, I'm going to answer your first question. Yes, there has been some realignment, and specifically with Common Core state standards, as we moved ahead of the shift of state requirement around that and realigned our offering order. But then specifically, as we've transitioned to problem-based learning in Algebra 1 and Algebra 2 and the upper level maths, and then project-based learning works really well actually in geometry, there's had to be a shift in the way that the curriculum is prepared as they build projects, as they build problems, and it has been a work in progress. And thinking about formative assessment, they do that within those projects, within those pieces. There are benchmarks, and what happens is you start with the pre-assessment, and this just happened to our geometry teacher with one of the projects last semester. He thought going into it that the students should have actually a certain bank of knowledge. They didn't. Had he launched into the project, the students would have failed miserably. So he had to take time to create a mini project right there to address that need. So that support for doing that comes within their collaboration, their professional learning time around content, and then the instructional support with the facilitator at the school. So on the high school level, as we've shifted to that project and problem-based approach, it's brought with it a natural realignment of those resources, but then layering in those common assessments, those formative assessments to drive the instruction gives even a clearer picture on that process. And to be transparent. This is our first year, coming back to you, Ms. Barnes, to really consistently employ with fidelity formative assessment that's measurable quarter by quarter, semester by semester. So I hope that answers that.
It did, and I did see in your plan where you talked about trying to realign like schedules for collaboration for your teachers.
Yes.
And so I want to encourage you to continue to do that, to support them as if they're not if they don't have some type of scope and sequence on how they're addressing their math skills, and it's kind of based on pulling lessons together without that's a huge piece. And you know, being a master teacher and having to be responsible for kind of pulling all that together, that's your master teachers. And when you have teachers who are brand new, or you have teachers who are struggling without something for them to, I'm not saying that they have to follow a
No, I totally
script. That's not what I'm saying. But just, I want to encourage you to make sure that in that level, not only are you developing your leadership PLC, because it sounds like you're doing a great job there, but watch for that teacher professional learning community that's occurring, and that data literacy that's going on with them, that they're knowing how to look at their formative assessments and move forward.
And that is a key component on the high school level too. And learning that process, but coming out of those, a solid mapping of their projects, which not only involves quarter by quarter, project by project, but let's reflect on this and see what happened and what didn't. And they're even working within that to analyze data and to bounce off of one another in that critical friends moment of looking at student work, bringing student work to the table and saying, are we meeting expectations of these standards? Looking at student work is not about the student work, but about the teacher expectation around the student work. And so we've seen a lot of growth with teachers, but again, this year with Fidelity is our year we've begun to implement and really see shift and change in that practice.
Thank you for your response, and again, I appreciate your enthusiasm. You made me want to jump up and go to school, so thank you for that.
Right. And just as a follow-up to what you asked originally about the math support, K-12, they have built-in time within their day where they are working together across teams of math teachers, across teams of literacy. So we've actually built that time in so they have that time to support. There's an instructional facilitator for each of those in each building. We also are working closely with our co-op. They're doing the CGI math and ECM, the MDC. We're giving them those scaffolds and supports as well, and giving them time to learn together and practice that craft in the buildings.
Any additional questions or comments? Having visited the school district and spent some time with them, Ms. Barnes, I can tell you they're walking as well as talking. I saw every bit of this in play, in action. So I am encouraged, and I hope you get to tell your story in a lot more places. You did a great job today, so I hope you get to tell it more and more.
We appreciate it. We're a little long-winded, so whoever listens is going to have some time.
People who really love education get excited like Miss Smith does. We get excited about it. During the presentation, Miss Pfeffer was over there looking at me going.
I was going to tell Miss Barnes if she wants, or if any of you want, when Miss Pfeffer comes, y'all can come too.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Miss Davis, do you have any remaining issues? Then I will accept a motion.
I make a motion to take no action.
Second.
Motion has been made by Dr. Saunders and seconded by Ms. Pfeffer to take no action. Any discussion?
I don't have discussion, but I do want to reiterate, and I appreciate the fact that you are affirming, Ms. Kaufman, that they are, in fact, walking the talk today. I just want to make sure that that the district understands that it's okay to say, I need some help with this. I know that we are there. I know you have other people there, but when you begin to see or if you begin to see that something that you have employed is not fitting in the right spot, I'm just imploring today that you stop, just as you have with not stretching those lessons all the way out, and making it smaller check-in times, because this is, this is critical. Not only for the children involved, but the community. I know you know the far-reaching effects of it. So I want you to know that I am sincerely encouraged today, because I did not know how I was going to feel prior to. Thank you.
I appreciate that. We own where we are. We're not afraid of ideas, no matter where they come from. We're not afraid to cut something off when it's no longer necessary or doesn't fit our children.
Thank you.
Can I make a comment too? I just wanted, and this is for Dr. Tony and our school improvement people here, that as you're working to assist and support this district, I'm going to speak for my unit. If there's some human support that I can lend from my unit, to come and work with you, if you identify specific areas, I would be happy to do that. And I think that your comments about this district just really illustrate that when they're fully committed to making it work. I'll find somebody. Yeah. But seriously, I mean, I think that's a responsibility of all of us too. That the school improvement unit and district, if they're specialized, and that's why we have people specializing in areas. So I think it's a good opportunity for all of us.
All right, we have a motion and a second to take no action at this time. All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion has passed. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
As they're taking a moment to write in their reason, I will just add that to kind of sum up what I saw during my visit is you're changing the culture of your school at the same time that you are shoring up all of those systems. And now as you're going forward, it's about that fine tuning that has to happen to make it operate and produce the results that you're expecting. And so I think in our conversations with Ms. Spears, and I had that conversation, is over time I'm going to expect that your curriculum become more and more rigorous. But right now, it's right where it has to be for right now. But it's not where it's going to be in a couple of years.
Well, yeah, and I appreciate that. And along with what Ms. Pfeiffer said, especially with the test model, this is a situation where we can find out the true, honest, down to the grit effectiveness of that being implemented.
I would agree.
For such an enthusiastic presentation, you sure are quiet now.
I have to be quiet when they tell me to.
One thing I did want to make public is, and thank you for waking me up to my note. Mr. Atwell, will you just speak briefly about your relationship with your local charter school?
Blytheville has a KIPP public open enrollment public charter school. Which part do you want me to tell? I'm really happy because they just deposited $800,000 in my checking account.
Well, I think it's admirable the relationship that the two schools have serving the public.
Scott Shirey and I have had, and Maisie Wright, who's the principal at the KIPP Blytheville, we've had conversations, and it's about serving children. We've got to get past ourselves as adults sometimes and see what's in the best interest of the child. Those of you who are school folks, No, it's very hard to sell a school building because they're usually only good for school buildings. And for us to be able to sell that, and it's still, that school's been in the community since the early 60s, and they found a way to repurpose it and use it to serve children in Blytheville. Yes, I would like those children back in Blytheville School District. We're working on that. But serving the children of Blytheville is what's most important, because that's the only way our community is going to be better. So we work hard to serve the children, and I know KIP does too.
Thank you. That's how you keep the people living in Blytheville.
That's right.
That's right. All right, Ms. Barnes.
I voted in favor of the motion to take no action. Admittedly, I have some anxiety, but I do believe that the statements today warrant the opportunity to provide time to address the systemic issues that bring you before us. And I will be eagerly looking forward to our next conversations.
Dr. Gocher?
I feel strongly that the implementation of the leadership teams and that shift from managers to instructional leaders, leveraging those principles to have that time are two of the most powerful components towards seeing this designation of priority status go away. Well done.
Mr. Lester?
I had to start wearing my glasses every time because I wrote under a Pfeffer and had to cut and paste right quick. So, sorry, Miss Pfeffer.
I know who that was.
Pfeffer, Lester.
Sounded really good, and I agree.
We could do some phonics work with you.
Exactly. Based upon I did vote for the motion. Based upon the report from the School Improvement Unit and the presentation, I feel as if the charter is on the right track for improvement. I do like the focus on the systems approach, and I'm impressed with the number of students that have been accepted to your colleges.
Ms. Leewood?
I voted for. I think the charter has taken a critical look at itself and is implementing carefully considered plans to achieve success with student performance.
Thank you.
Ms. Pfeffer?
In favor of the motion, I believe the district is fully engaged in their improvement process in partnership with the Department of Ed.
Mr. Rogers?
Voted for the motion. I believe the district is enthusiastic and working hard to continue to improve.
Thank you.
Dr. Saunders?
Voted in favor. The district is open to new ideas and working with the School Improvement Unit.
Ms. Smith?
The district showed evidence of collaboration with ADE. I appreciate the enthusiasm in the presentation and the initiatives they have in place.
Congratulations, and please tell everybody else that coming before the charter panel can just be a great opportunity to tell your story.
That's right.
The wonderful thing about having a nice, well-written story is it helps you moving forward to know, as Ms. Spears said, you know what you're doing well, so you keep doing that, and you realize what you're not doing so well that you can improve or change. And that's the articulation we hope for every school, because that's how we all move forward.
And this process that we're doing has changed me as a superintendent, because when I was a principal, now I have to reflect back on, did I really do all that I could back when I was a principal? And now I can see those things by what we're finding by looking at ourselves.
It's just really a good opportunity for that kind of peer review. It is. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Break. 10 minutes. Ms. Boyd, you're recognized for action item 4.
Thank you, Madam Chair. District Conversion Public Charter School Priority Status Hearing and Request for Amendment, Osceola STEM Academy. The State Board of Education approved the application for Osceola STEM Academy on January 9, 2012. The charter is approved to serve students in grades 5 through 8 with a maximum enrollment of 450. Representatives of the Osceola STEM Academy are appearing before the Charter Authorizing Panel to request an amendment to the charter. Also, the Charter Authorizing Panel has required the representatives of Osceola STEM Academy to appear for a hearing pursuant Arkansas Code Annotated 623-105 to discuss academic performance. Representatives of the charter agreed to combine the 2 hearings and approved combining the hearing procedures to be followed. Possible actions to be taken by the Charter Authorizing Panel include approving or denying the amendment request, but due to its priority status, possible actions include modification, probation, and/or revocation of the charter. Do you all need Ms. Davis to brief you on the hearing procedures for this, since it's a combined hearing?
Okay, we'll have ADE for 20 minutes, charter for 20, opposition for 20, and charter rebuttal for 5.
That's correct.
All right. If all representatives from Osceola STEM Academy and anyone speaking in opposition, and all ADE staff will stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Ms. Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Osceola STEM Academy was first authorized by the State Board of Education to operate in January of 2012 to serve grades 5 through 8. Recently, the school has been classified as a priority school. The contract is scheduled to expire in June of 2017. In my visits to the campus and conversations with the school leadership, I have noticed that the school has recently come under the leadership of a new principal, Ms. Crystal Smith. Under the direction of Ms. Smith, the school seems to be building a stronger sense of community and initiating a drive to increase academic rigor. I'll defer the rest of my time to Dr. Tony.
I've sworn more today than I have in 6-7 years. As I said earlier when we started the Bible presentation, that a lot of what I'm going to say in this presentation will be redundant. As a matter of record, this is the first year that I have been assigned to the Osceola schools. With Bible, I've been 2 or 3 years, but so some of my knowledge is not quite as deep with Osceola, but with the Osceola STEM School, we also serve the Osceola High School. As a matter of, as an example of how the district has bought into that district-wide top K-12 engagement, as a matter of fact and compliment, I've been to meetings at the high school and the middle school, sometimes jointly, and just as an example, to my knowledge, I don't think that Mr. Cox, the superintendent, has missed one of those meetings. That's not the case in some places. Some places we have to go track down the superintendent. But I think that's an example of how this district works together and communicates. They'll probably talk to you about a communication model that they built in that I think adds to that. So I think that is a telling sign that the Osceola schools have bought into the school improvement process. I know we're here talking specifically about the STEM school, which is basically the middle school, and the experiences I've had with them, their leadership team meetings are lively, they are focused, and they have all the representatives that they need at the different levels of the district so that decisions can be made based on the student data. One example, another example, I know this is not the STEM school, but recently, maybe last year maybe, the high school moved off of the academic distress list. I think that's just another example of this district moving in the right direction, and they are fully engaged in and enthusiastic. I'm not going to say that they're going to put on a show like Taryn just did, but they are enthusiastic about their growth.
Thank you, Dr. Tony. Ms. Boyd, if you'll recognize the school.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To start off the presentation for Osceola STEM Academy, we have the principal, Crystal Smith.
Thank you, Ms. Boyd. Good afternoon. I'm Crystal Smith, and I'm the principal at Osceola STEM Academy, and I'm excited to be here. I can stand before you and tell you a lot of things that we have similarity to Blytheville in terms of teacher retention, the Delta, low socioeconomic. I can go on and on. We're very similar, but my plan today is, and you'll hear me talk about some of the things that we're doing, but my plan today is to talk about and tell our story where we are now and where we're headed. When the STEM charter came about, it was at that time our district did a reconfiguration of the whole district. We combined it grades 5 through 8. So my campus served all 5 through 8. We feel like that was very essential to our students and their academic success, that all our students be exposed to these STEM components. So we feel like at this point, even though this is my second year as a principal, I still feel like the foundation was there when I became the leader. I want to talk about the very important components of my campus, and that is the project-based learning opportunities. In the classroom, not only do we have classroom or atmosphere set up to be able to have this type of environment, but we have provided professional development for our adult learners through PLCs. We've done it through PD before the year started. We gave them not only the training, but the support and resources that they needed. Our campus and our classrooms are all set up for cooperative learning across the curriculum or across the content. One of the things we do is we encourage our students to do a lot of small group discussion. We found that a lot of our kids, we feel like process was an issue. They get to the part where they're struggling, and we tend to, instead of let them go through the struggle and process and get it, we tend to help them out a little bit more than they need to be helped out. So small group discussion, academic discussion was very important. Another thing that the district has done, district-wide, and also as part of STEM as a part of that is, we have implemented Engaged in New York across the district, the curriculum. Prior to this year, we didn't have any type of alignment. I am the bridging school for high school, and I'm the bridging school I'm in between high school and elementary. Before I took this job, I had the pleasure to be the elementary assistant principal, so I kind of knew what was going on in there. So I'm the bridging school, and one of the things we did, we sat down during the summer as a district, and we aligned the district from elementary to high school. One of the things we were finding, even our kids that were performing, which were our pre-AP students, and also students that were not in pre-AP, was they weren't being exposed to novels that they needed to be exposed to for AP, which is high school level. They weren't being exposed to vocabulary content, and I'll talk a little bit more about that when I get into literacy. So we felt it was very important that we align the districts. So we're excited about that. Another thing is we made sure that we looked at, on my campus in particular, because we're a STEM school, we looked at our lessons, made sure our lessons are standard-based, our activities are standard-based, and we wanted to make sure that the STEM components were included. And we wanted to make sure that we integrated the STEM components across. So one of the things that we do a lot on campus is we plan and collaborate math and science. So I'll give you an example. For instance, if we're doing geometry in the math class, we make sure in our other classrooms, like our GTT, which is our robotics class, we make sure that that teacher collaboratively plans with the math teacher and they can get it in both places. Another thing I did on campus was, because I felt like over the years we've shown some growth, but we're like a roller coaster, we're back and forth. I increased the academic instructional time. I restructured the block schedule that was already in effect. With the waivers, we had waivers with this charter that allowed us to be able to allow a teacher that is strong in the content but maybe not certified in that grade level to be able to teach. I used my instructional facilitators that were academically strong in literacy and also in math to take some math and literacy classes, also to do some intervention. So we're thankful for that waiver as well. Another thing we do is we do some of the things that Blytheville does as well. When I came to principal, me and my leadership team, which were part of Arkansas Leadership Academy, I'm also part of the Master Principal Academy as well. What we did was we decided that we wanted to do a gap analysis. I was new to the campus. I wanted to know, because one of the things I seen, it was a trend from the time that they came to STEM, 5th grade, up to 8th grade. We seen little growth, but it was a roller coaster. When I'm talking to the principal that was there, I'm talking to teachers, everybody was telling me that our kids, you know, they're not on grade level. They can't read. Nobody could really tell me what was the problem. So we did a gap analysis, and we decided to put in some assessment pieces that would give us more information. One of the things we found was it wasn't so much that our kids couldn't read, because when you have them read, some of them can read fluently. And but when you assess them, they're below grade level. So one of the things we found that over 70% grades 5th through 8th were had comprehension issues. So what we did, we decided to not blame elementary. We decided we're going to assess right where they were, and we put in assessment pieces. 5th and 6th grade, what we did was we went with dibbles. We assessed them in shorter increments time. We did not wait our 6 weeks units. We did it 2 to 3 weeks. We also allowed the students to be able to track themselves in their growth, and we implemented growth conversations. I felt like my students didn't really know when you said you're not on grade level what that meant. So when we started having these growth conversations and we're saying these things to these children that, you know, you're 1 or 2 grades behind, you know, let's talk about that. And we're doing these fluency checks and we're talking about, and then we put in a vocabulary piece, which is, and I'll talk a little bit more about when I start talking about our tier intervention as well, a vocabulary piece, because we felt like a lot of what they were reading in these complex texts, they have not been exposed to those type of words or vocabulary. And I'll go more into that when I start talking about literacy, but I wanted to share with y'all some of the things that we did and when we assessed, we found that through our gap analysis were the issues. So then we looked at the instruction, because when we start thinking about 85% of our kids, and some of them had passing grades, we start looking at that and seeing that they're still not mastering standards. They're not at grade level. We figured out that that was a tier one. That was a core instruction issue. So we looked at the adult learners. We talked about things we need to do within the core instruction, which everybody gets tier 1. And then we will work down to get to our tier 2 and our tier 3 intervention in our students. So what we did was we have partnered with Word Generation. They're our consultant across the district. We also share consultants, meaning the consultant that works with me for literacy also works with elementary. She also works with high school. So we had that vertical alignment also with our consultants. My math consultant does not work with any other building. But what we did was we adopted the MSLI, which is part of Generation Ready approach, okay? And it's research-based and it's best practice. We adopted, for literacy, we adopted the vocabulary piece, which is word generation. And I'll give you an example of what it is if you've never heard of it. Word generation is, any week we have 5 days. Not only do they have a reading passage there, but they have focused words. We use those words in every class for a whole week, whether it's in the math classroom, whether it's in literacy, whether it's in science or social studies. They have to, and we use it within the context of that content. So we did that to try to expose, and when I'll tell you about the assessment piece of that and our growth in that as well, we did that to try to expose our kids to different vocabulary or different language. Because we felt like a lot of our kids, not giving them an excuse, but in their culture, they only hear very limited vocabulary. Another thing we did was we implemented, it's called text diet. And the teachers started off and then the students end up. They tally how much text is read. And we do that every once in a while. We look at the data to see how much text our students are exposed to weekly. Another piece of that is, and which has been huge, and I'm going to talk a lot more about that, is we implemented the strategy of reciprocal reading. It's a strategy. And what it is part of the teacher instruction. It is part of cooperative learning. The teacher is the facilitator, but the kids do it all. They get in groups, they read the passage, The kids you have a clarifier, summarizer, you have a reader, okay? And what they do is they all take a role, and the teacher structure it, and they have this academic discussion. They create their own questions. We felt like that would really build comprehension. It was a strategy that we did across all core subjects. We do it in math, literacy, we do it in social studies and science. They started doing this before I became the principal, which was 13, 14, and they seen growth. We went into full implementation, meaning we went to word generation, we went to text dive, we went to growth conversation this school year. And when I show the data in a few minutes, I'll be talking more about that. What we do is we assess in the fall, we assess in winter, and then we have an assessment in the spring. But throughout these things, we also do a lot what BLAVA do. Any unit, we use MDC strategies, we use LDC strategies. What we do is we assess in shorter increments. A lot of people say, man, that's a lot of testing. It's how you present it. Because testing does not have to be a lot of testing. But what we do is we assess our kids in shorter increments, and what we do is we take the data. Every PLC is data driven. Anytime we implement something or we decide that whether we need to change something or continue going the road, we look at data to support our decisions. But what we do is we look at the students, and through our gap analysis, we found out that a lot of our students were missing. It wasn't that they couldn't master the entire standard, they were missing those prerequisite skills. And so what we did, we put in place, particularly for math, we put in place a time where we individualized and we did centers. And they went to their appropriate skill level center to try to address some of those areas. Okay, when you look at the strategies these strategies that we implement for Tier 1 instruction, we started looking at several assessments for literacy. We looked at DRP. We looked at DRP assessment, and what we did was we looked at the national average growth. And on the chart up there, when it says 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, those are the national average growth. And we only looked at us from the fall until winter, and we've already exceeded the national yearly, that's for a year growth, except for 7th grade. What we did, we sat down also as a leadership team and tried to, what do you think might have happened in 7th grade? So we're already analyzing that and looking at that before our spring assessment. But we'll also have a spring assessment. But that's what we did. We look at our data and then we make decisions. Do we need to continue down this road with this strategy? Do we need to go back and look? Do we need to go in? Do we need to model? And we do lots of modeling. We try our best to support our teachers in any way possible. Math. For math, we use TLI as a assessment for our teachers to use for progress monitoring. We look at mastery of standards strictly for TLI. What students is mastering standards, what students not. We set them up in groups and we do intervention for TLI assessment. But the MAP assessment, which is NWA MAP assessment, we actually use that for growth. On the MAP assessment and math is a high concern area for us, we grew tremendously from fall to winter. I think it's because, I know it's because, what we did, we tried to implement, because we wanted our students to do more. Process was an issue, we thought, with math. We have our students to deconstruct the standards themselves. They do item task analysis. So what they do is they take a math problem and they have to analyze that math problem and tell every mathematical procedure or step that you have to do to be able to solve that problem. That has been successful for us, particularly when they work as a group and you start to hear the conversation. And at the time this is going on, the teacher's walking around and she's facilitating and she's listening. She pulls students for growth conversations during this time. She feel like they're struggling, she will probe them. But we're really trying to have our students not only feel like they're accountable for their own learning, but also we want them to go through the struggle some, because we feel like that is really important to grasp some of these standards, okay? Literacy. Like I said before, with literacy, we've seen growth, 50% or higher in all our grades. We do have a concern because for reciprocal reading, which is an awesome strategy to use, we don't use it for 5th grade. We only used it for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. We're thinking about something we need to put in place. We did try some things with 5th grade. We done running records this year with them. We also, with 5th grade, we had the teachers do Latin and root words. We blend chunk words to try to have something in place, because we feel like the year before this year, when you've seen that drop, is because the kids, all the other grades, they have been exposed to reciprocal reading strategy. So I want to share some of that data. I know I'm going fast, I don't have a lot of time. But I also want to talk about TLI. TLI is one of our goals. When this charter was written, TLI was solely the biggest piece of assessment that the STEM Academy used. We don't do that anymore under my leadership, but it was solely at that time what they used. During this time, one of our goals was that we would make 80% mastery. Well, I'm going to tell you, any school, that's tough for TLI. TLI is designed at a rigor that's not only higher than the state assessment rigor, but also it has an adjustment score as well, which can help you or it can hurt you. But looking at the TLI assessment, I wanted to bring some of that data because it was important. We took the last 3 years. And if you look at the top, that's 5th grade math. And then if you look at the bottom, that's 5th grade literacy. We grew across the board this year in 5th grade, all the way up till winter. Okay. The next chart is 6th grade. 6th grade math grew. Like I said, this year we have had a math consultant that I think has played a big role in that. And we also has implemented in literacy and math as well, not PLCs, but departmental meetings bi-monthly. They meet every 2 weeks. So we plan across the grade levels. But if you look at 6th grade math, 6th grade literacy, we've seen a slight decrease, and we're looking at that to kind of see what might have happened there. 7th grade, math grew across the board. And if you look at 7th grade literacy, it went up and down. I think a lot of that is the 7th grade teacher this year, she had 5 deaths in her family. So she's been out a lot, and we're going to address that as well. When you look at 8th grade math increased tremendously. And then when you look at 8th grade literacy, it decreased slightly. We have an awesome 8th grade teacher, but she's a first year teacher. Before I have Ms. Raper come up here and talk about the innovative ways that we feel like that our charter is very important to us, even though we're struggling academically. And when I say struggling academically, I don't want y'all to think that my kids are not growing. They are. But we do look at the whole child. When I came in, I felt like even though they had great things in place, I feel like they were trying to do the best they can. They were addressing teacher retention. District has put things in place. We have also now a retention incentive as a district. But one of the things that when I came in, I felt like the culture needed to trump. So I spent a lot of time trying to make sure that the culture was a learning environment, and how important it was that my students also, as well as my teachers, realized that we're all learners. And we couldn't keep doing the same thing and think we were going to get different results. So at this time, I'm going to bring Ms. Raper up, and I'll let her introduce herself, but she's very vital to the STEM because she wrote a lot of it. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Chantel Raper. I'm the Director of Federal Programs and Special Projects, and in 1.5 minutes, I'm going to tell you about the fun stuff at Osceola STEM Academy. One of the pieces that we tried to implement was to have an environment that instilled a love for learning for students. This is outside the wall of our cafeteria. So these were math and science. This is a timeline of innovations for math and science. The QR codes are there. Our discovery zone, little birdhouses, the students that, we wanted them to measure for a reason. What reason do 5th graders have to measure? Well, because they want to make a birdhouse that's perfect for their mom for Christmas. That's why. So those are the types of things that we're doing. Our project Lead the Way, our Gateway to the Technology program, I sort of created a problem with 7th and 8th grade because we had 60 8th graders that wanted to continue that program at 9th grade. So I had to go to Mr. Cox and say, I'm sorry, but I have a problem. Now we have to advance this program to the high school. So that has gone from a STEM Academy program to a 4th through 12th grade program. These students were at Arkansas Northeastern College not as students, but as instructors to high school students. Okay. Here they are, the Connects, that was in the Discovery Zone. This is an example of STEAM, our math and art integrated. Our science lab, the students visit the science lab once a week. Again, our robotics program. And if you notice in your packet, this summer, our students were part of the ANC Young Manufacturers Academy, in that, again, they served as instructors to 9th grade students across the county. So our students actually, the students across the county came to us, and our students were able to utilize our Gateway to Technology program as a program to instruct other students in engineering. We're out of time, but I think Mr. Cox did want to talk about the teacher retention. Okay.
Mr. Cox, let me check and see if there's anyone here to speak in opposition. Continue on.
I don't know why anybody in this room would be in opposition.
It's on my list to check.
No, well, I just want to talk just a minute, but you know, as superintendent, when I came to Osceola, we had a lot of problems. Well, Miss Raper was in a classroom, middle school classroom, as a teacher. Miss Smith, I think, was the dean of students over at the middle school. Mr. Hogan wasn't even there, and I hope you can tell that I think I was successful in finding the right people and putting them in the right places. Because I don't know a lot about data. I do know it's very, very important, and I know the answers are in the data, so I'm going to go find somebody that knows about data and can dig it out. And I raised Miss Smith up from dean to, I think she was assistant principal for a year or two. She has worked her way up to be principal, and she's one of the best that we have there at Osceola today, so I'm very proud of these people. We have a good group of administrators and academic coaches. Our problem has always been attracting good quality teachers to Osceola and then retaining them once we get them. And I recommended it to the board last year, and they adopted it. We took the state teacher shortage areas, and we added 2 or 3 more because we had a few that wasn't on the state list. And we have a policy now that if you come to work at Osceola, if you're successful, if you stay 1 full year, the first year you get $3,000 in additional money. If you stay another year, at the end of the second year, you get $2,000. The end of the third year, you get $2,000. The end of the fourth year, you get another $3,000. That's $10,000 if you stay there 4 years. Now, we wasn't able to do that with all of our teachers, but through the SIG grant that we were so fortunate to get this year at the high school, we extended that over to our veteran high school teachers. And I think it has some evaluation type situations that goes with it too. So some of our veteran teachers have been there 10, 20 years. They will be able to get that at the high school too. So that's been I have built capacity in the level below me, but we got to build capacity in the level under below the administration and the academic coaches. So that's one of my main concerns, and that's what I'm working on every day, is trying to retain it. And I understand Teach for America got some additional money from the Walton Foundation, maybe, and from the governor. And I've been on the phone to Commissioner Key, and I've talked to Jared Henderson, I believe is his name, from Teach for America. One year we had like 3 high school Teach for America teachers, and they were tremendous. I mean, they really did us a good job. We don't have any right now, but these people will really help us if we can get them. So, and that's all I have to say about the bonuses. But we're ready to, I guess, answer questions.
All right, thank you. Ms. Smith, you're up.
First off, Mr. Cox, I think you probably did do a good job setting up your people with you, because I'm going to tell you right now, of all the presentations that I listened to yesterday and today, this is the one that had the most meat in regarding curriculum and decisions that have been made regarding data pertaining to being a school that is academically academically challenged in a manner. So I could have sat and listened to you all day, Miss Smith. I mean, you didn't throw buzzwords at me today. You literally gave me the meat of what you were doing. And you talked specifically about curriculum and resources that you were putting in your teachers' hands and how to use the data to make decisions. Mr. Cox, I mean, when you got up in your 1.5 minutes, you were able to give us information specifically on what you were doing in the fields there. So I was thoroughly impressed with what you said beyond what was on paper. If you've got all that in action at your building, you're going to move because you're being so targeted and so specific. And it wasn't buzzwords. There's a difference between a building manager and an instructional leader, and teachers want to follow a strong instructional leader. And you will keep people in your school district if you have strong instructional leaders in place that people want to follow. There's no question to that. It's just a comment.
Can we get an amen?
I was just going to preach. Mr. Lester, follow that.
I don't know about all day, but I'll listen a little longer. Looking at your supplemental monies for Title I, I looked in y'all's plan and looked at y'all had a community liaison that you were using this year, and you have a summer school and also after-school programs. How are those tied into your overall picture here?
Well, in the overall picture, of course, one of our goals, because we will talk about amending our goals, but one we do not want to amend is addressing our dropout rate. And so, knowing that we were losing our students at around 10th grade, because that's when they were starting to, we weren't losing them physically, we were losing them because they were losing credits because they were not engaged in learning. And so by the time it was time to graduate, they were too far behind, and when they were old enough, they were out of the picture. So the community liaison that we utilize, and we have one at the high school as well, he's on the road. He's finding our students that if there's problems, if there's behavior problems, if there are attendance problems, he's there making contact with the parents, getting them back into school and keeping them engaged. What were some of the after
You had
school?
an after school and you had a summer school, and I don't know if that was tied into the...
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Okay, on the after-school program, what we did, because we didn't have a lot of money that was allocated to after school, so we found strong teachers that was willing to stay without being paid. Particularly our GTT, because our students are highly involved with robotics. And we have a brand new teacher. She stays after. She also has background literacy, so she helps us with literacy. I have one math teacher that stays sometime to help. But what I did was I built in 100 instructional minutes a day for both literacy and math. We also have a reading block outside of that 100 minutes, 50 minutes for 5th and 6th grades to try to address some of that deficiency areas. So when they get to us, even if they're behind from elementary for 2 years, they get 150 minutes of literacy skills. So we felt that was important. Our summer program, we don't have like a summer retention program. We have a summer enrichment program. Okay, and it is...
That's a buzzword, but keep on.
Well, I got you. What's enriching me? I'll tell you why. When I say enrichment, I don't think I'm not saying like my strongest academically students. Okay, we promote to all our students, but when I say enrichment, I mean hands-on. We do it across the district. We have a whole enrichment program, but we have all kind of hands-on activities for them as well.
Okay.
Oh, yes. We also end with a very, a program at the end of it, and it's always pretty much filled to capacity. Yeah. And we bring in college students. Also, I should have said a little about how high school collaborates with my campus. High school also come over and they do intervention with our students, and they do it as just volunteer to help our students out.
I will share with the group that I visited the school unannounced. I like to go in to see what school's really like on a day when no one's planning on someone being there. It is exactly as you have described. One thing I would point out that warms my heart is when I see kids walking around with library books in their hands. And I saw your students walking around with paperbacks that have been loved and read and loved and read, and they're wearing them out, and that is always a good sign. When I walk around and see a lot of new books, it stresses me because they're not being read. And you surely have kids that are reading, because I saw that they all had a book laying somewhere or open, or but they had them in their hands, just like many of us carry around a cell phone. They were carrying books, and that was super exciting. That tells the tale. Ms. Pfeffer?
I just have one thing. You talked about your NWEA MAP assessment data, and you had you showed the different percentages of students who had met growth, and that was just from the fall to winter, correct?
Yes.
Correct. So they'll be taking that again in the spring, and I noticed that on your amendment request in your goals, you're modifying one of your goals from the TLI to be looking at the NWEA MAP. So I would just encourage you to and just in some way really look and see how is that map data going to align with future assessment data. And you might want to reach out and look at what should your map data look like, so that it's telling you things, and is it going to predict what's going to happen on the state assessments in the future. Because just it is a problem when your data doesn't align, and it's not telling you what you want it to. So if that's something new you're doing, I would just encourage you to look at resources, or just make sure that you understand what the data is really telling you, and that it doesn't set up any false sense of, oh, it seems that we're really growing students, but yet that growth doesn't translate into levels of performance that you want. But again, I understand that it's something new, and you're taking steps to move forward. So, and I enjoyed the presentation as well.
Thank you. And MAP 2 is an adaptability test, and we realize that a lot of people doesn't like to do the winter assessment. I chose to do it because that's 20 weeks of instruction. I do know it's not going to cover every standard, even though it does give us a norms. It gives us a doesn't give you a projection in terms of park or anything like that, but it gives you a scale score to tell you if they're on grade level. But I'm going to tell you what weighs more to us than MAP. And those are our interim assessments that we use every 2 to 3 weeks. Because we look at those to see if our students, and we do it in shorter increments, because what I found when I first came there was they assessed so long. They were using TLI. And you're talking about some modules went 6 weeks, some went 8 weeks. But if you wait to the end, how am I going to have time to address those essential skills? Now I got to try to figure out through the next module how I'm going to squeeze in time. So that's the reason why we went to shorter increments, and then we're addressing those essential skills that are necessary. Because like I said before, it's not that our kids, a lot of them can't master the standard. They're missing those essential skills that are needed to master. They can do some of it, but not. Yes, and I forgot to talk about our ILPs. So we use MAP for ILPs as well. And we do use ClassWorks as our supplementary. And also we use ClassWorks within the classroom with the teacher. They use that also as Tier 2 intervention.
So we import our MAP results into ClassWorks and develop individual learning paths for our students. And so in the math centers that Ms. Smith was describing, that a center may be ClassWorks, where they are getting at level skill instruction.
And he wanted me to explain a little bit on when I talked about the 100 minutes that I increased academic time. What I did was we did 85 minutes the prior year, what I found, and a lot of it was because I feel like our teachers wasn't really trained well enough to maximize that 85-minute block. We saw a lot of instruction time lost, low engagement. So what we did was we split the 100-minute blocks, 50. They get a morning session and an afternoon session for literacy and math. And what we did, we structured it where the first block they had of math, it was more the instructional approach, and then our computation, and then the application was in the afternoon, where the kids actually got to work on those projects and apply what they learned.
Any additional questions or comments? Ms. Barnes?
Good afternoon. Yeah, race is not given to, oh, okay. Since we've been preaching, I was just thinking. You guys have been here a long time, I do know that. I was just trying to refresh my memory on a couple of things. Can you help me recall or walk me through how many reconfigurations have occurred that involve not the grade configuration of 5-8 as it is, but that has involved those grades at any point? Because, you know, I was looking back, and I do recall, you know, in the earlier days, so I'm just trying to get an idea of how many times or ways we've revamped this particular.
I'm so glad you asked that question because I was thinking about it. When I came to Osceola, I think they had a grade. They had a pre-kindergarten, kindergarten building. They had a charter, OAC, Osceola Academic Center, and it was grades 1 through 8. And then they had a West Elementary, was grades 1 through 5, and they had a middle school, grades 6 through 8. Now the problem was the charter school was about, the racial mix was about 50-50. West Elementary, it was about 85 to 90% black. The other middle school was about 85 to 90% black. Well, when they pulled the charter, the powers that be at Osceola wanted another charter. They got one, but I don't think they got what they wanted, but they got one. So I came down here, was talking to Dr. Kimbrell, the director at the time, and I was under the impression at the time it was because the teachers were teaching out of area, they wasn't certified in areas. And Dr. Kimbrell said, look at your ratio makeup. He said, you're not ever going to get another charter until you do something about that. I said, well, I can tell you I can do something about that real fast. We built a new elementary school. We put all the grades 1 through 4 in that school, and we got a charter school with all the grades 5 through 8. And then we got a high school with all the grades 9 through 12. So we solved that problem. Now, we're better off. The kids are better off. The only problem, and I don't know how to stop this, I've got 15 school choice request transfers right now. They're all white, leaving the district. We've probably lost 60 to 70 white kids since we did this because they didn't want them all together. And I'm just being completely honest with you. But I don't know, and I sent letters to all of them. I want some input on why, and I've heard from one parent so far about why they're pulling their kids out of the district. They're going to another district down the road that's about half and half the ratio. So, and I've got one response, and this my grandmother made sense. She said, I don't think kids ought to go anywhere where they're all black or all white, either one. I think there needs to be a good mix of kids. And he said, my granddaughter was talking to me, and she said she only had 3 white kids. Of course, they were black. So my grandmother's granddaughter said she only had 3 white kids in the class. So she wanted to go down where they're about half and half. But I could kind of see that. I agree too that it needs to be a pretty good mix. You know, the city of Osceola is probably split about 50-50, but our school is, I don't know, 85% maybe African American students. But we're going to go on and do what we need to do for the kids we have, and that's
Yes,
what we're going to do.
Yes, sir. And of course you know I'm well acquainted with the history that.
Yeah.
But I could not recall how many times the shifting had occurred, and I was trying to.
Ms. Martin, in our reconfiguration, that you know, when we chose the district AMO, so
Yes.
With this, when we started the charter, we pulled in the priority status of Osceola
Right.
Middle School, but still took the district AMO.
Yes, and I do recall that, and that's why.
Which was confusing times, which is why we're here asking for amendments to the goals.
I get that, and I do agree that you have to, you know, you have to stop and do some revamping and take a look to make sure that what you're addressing fits where you are.
We shifted in that where we had a 6th through 8th grade campus.
those students went to a 5th through 8th grade campus, but where we had a 1st through 5th grade, those 5th graders came to a 5th through 8th. So
Yes, ma'am.
I believe we went from about 7 LEA numbers to 4.
Yes. Okay, and so I think the reason I asked that question is I was trying to make, I needed some organization in my head. Unfortunately, I know I have a lot of the history with regards to everything that we've been talking about, but I do believe that it has an impact on performance and growth and morale and student engagement, and so that's why I was trying to get that question. I was looking at your performance, and this is similar to my question with our previous school district, but not quite the same. The 2015 AMOs, they were pretty low, and so for the state, because we needed to do that, it was that one assessment. So when I was looking at your performance, I noted that we didn't meet those AMOs, and I was trying to decide, because this is such an interesting age, grade span, what do you have in mind to try to address the literacy and the math?
Well, with the stability, because looking at those goals, the charter school has yet to, much like other schools, but we've yet to have a goal that is a true goal for the particular students in that building. So when you pulled a district, when we utilized our district goals, that also pulled in those elementary school students of that charter, that we had a 4th grade that was performing at 80-90%, yet we pulled in the middle school students that were performing, where were they? 30-40%. So we're just now getting to a point where we can set goals that are appropriate for the students in that building, hopefully.
Okay, yeah.
Can I add a little bit?
Sure.
Also, when you said in reference to Park, it goes back to, I said this year we went in fully implementation of MSLI. We felt, particularly with our students, telling them that, you're not at grade level, and they've been told that for so long, 2nd, 3rd grade, then they had in their mind, because I don't think they even understood the relevance of how important their education is to them. So when I make the statements that we're addressing the whole child, I feel as the leader that our kids did not perform to their ability on the Park assessment. I truly feel that way. That's the reason why I'm really trying to put in place a culture, and they understand that the education is so important beyond just that test assessment. And these pieces are important to be successful in life. Okay? So thank you.
Thank you.
Let me I'd like to mention one other thing. It was talked about a while ago about the principal being an instructional leader. Ms. Smith and I have been talking all this year, I guess. She has a dean of students who's also a coach. So that means he's gone 2 to 3 periods a day. And I put deans, at least deans, in places that the standards doesn't call for any help for her, but I realized she needed help, but she needs more than what she's getting. So I'm going to look at hiring her an assistant principal that can help her with evaluations and knows about curriculum. And in fact, I told her to tell her dean he needs to go in one or two directions. He's either going to coach or be an administrator, one of the two, but he's not going to do both. So I think he's going to go to coach, so which is fine. But we need to hire her some help to help. She can't do it all. And with that grade level, those middle school age kids, I don't know whether to cuss or cry. She's got to have more help. And she's good with discipline, but she can't be an instructional leader if she handle discipline all day long. So as far as the future, we're looking at that too. She needs some help. And this is only her 2nd year over there. So
as we analyze analyzed our PART scores in the handout that we provided on page 14, and we looked at all of the middle schools that were in improvement, that were needs improvement. And when you compare the middle schools that were in needs improvement, and especially for our tag students, we're performing above average for those students.
Thank you.
Any additional comments or questions? Ms. Davis, do you have any issues to bring before the panel?
Sorry, quick question. I know we were listening to the information related to priority, but we're also looking at amendment, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
So, Ms. Davis, do we need to take a no action for the priority, or just?
You could do them together, or you could do them separate. Okay. So if you're not going to take any action and you're going to adopt the amendment, you could make a motion to adopt the amendment with no action, or you could do them separate if you feel better.
I just want to give Dr. Saunders guidance. All right, at this time, I'll accept a motion. However you want to, you want it together, you want it separately.
Your pleasure.
Go, Ms. Barnes.
I move that we accept the amendment and take no action at this time on the priority status.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? A motion has been made by Ms. Barnes and seconded by Ms. Pfeffer to accept the amendment and take no action on the priority status. All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion has passed. If you'll wait just a moment, we'll give you detailed reasoning.
Madam Chair, while we're waiting on people to explain their votes, could we ask Ms. Smith to talk about what she's done with her ALE students? I think it's a good example of what other districts can do with their ALE students.
Absolutely. We'd love to hear that.
She must know that I have a passion for alternative education, but sure, I'll talk about it. One of the things that, and I did ALE, I'll admit it, I did ALE 1 year, and I think that's when I learned how to be passionate and love education and children. But I want to say that before I say this. What I did with my alternative education program, what we found was, because we have we have about 10% of students that need an alternative setting, not always for discipline. Whether it's test anxiety or classroom size anxiety, family problems or whatever. What I did was I felt like those students we were losing because we were sending our students to another facility, not under the leadership of me. And not that principal was doing a great job, but they were sitting on a computer most of the day. They weren't getting a lot of instruction. They were getting some. They were doing the best they can. So what I did was I took one of my strongest, not only academic, but management teachers, and I created an ALE on my campus under my leadership. And what I did was I put in my master schedule where those students go to their regular teacher. And not only do they go to their regular teacher, they also get every opportunity every other kids get, whether it's exploratory classes, intervention. So even though they're in a different setting, smaller classroom setting, they get all the opportunities that my other students get. They're getting instruction at the rigor. It was hard to take one of my strong content teachers out of the classroom, but it was essential. And I felt like when we're working on, particularly with behaviors, you're not going to change the behavior in 20 days. So I needed to know if they were going to stay at least a quarter, sometimes a semester. I have one that he is very intelligent, but he does not like a class for more than 5 kids. So we keep him in that setting just because of anxiety to get him to come to school. So thank you for letting me share that. But I feel like the shoe doesn't fit everybody, and one size doesn't fit all. So alternative education to me is way more than just putting kids in a room and setting them at a computer. So I felt that was really important that we provide them the same opportunity.
Thank you. That's a great explanation. And I did get to see those kids during my visit. Ms. Barnes, when you're ready.
Wow. How did I get
I don't know, somebody put your name on the top.
long-winded, so you, okay. I made the motion to approve the amendment and take no action on the priority status at this time because I believe the amendment reflects the appropriate change that's necessary to sustain your current strategies that you're implementing. I also believe that time is necessary to allow these strategies to impact the academic direction in the school.
Dr. Gocher?
I voted for the amendment, and as well as taking no action. I feel that leadership is certainly in place to support the systemic changes towards student success. I strongly recommend continued support of the teachers, both in professional development and in personal development.
Mr. Lester?
I voted for no action plus the amendment. Based upon the report from the School Improvement Unit and the charter presentation, I believe the charter is on the right track for improvement. I am impressed with the leadership that is in place to support these changes.
Ms. Leewood?
I voted for. The charter has identified problem areas and has very specific plans in place to help them improve. I think that there'll be a future success.
Ms. Pfeffer?
I voted in favor of the motion because the district is working with the ADE School Improvement Unit to address the issues related to the priority status. And the district recognizes the need for improvement, and the school is under new leadership with a clear focus and goals for improved outcomes for student achievement and growth.
Mr. Rogers?
I voted for the motion. Leadership of the charter is very positive, and I believe the right personnel to continue the positive improvement on the priority status.
Dr. Saunders?
Yes, voted in favor. I believe the district clearly articulated a plan of action, and I look forward to their future success.
Voted in favor, sorry.
Anxious.
Anticipating. All right, that's right. Very impressed with the district's current curriculum and leadership team. Instructional leadership was evident, and instructional decisions based on data. And Mr. Cox, I think this at least should guarantee at least a sonic stop on the way back to Osceola for the team.
Thank you, and keep up the good work. Are there any additional issues before the panel today? Thank you to all that participated, and I'll ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Pfeffer? Dr. Gocher? All in favor? We stand adjourned until 8:30 in the morning.